Peter, welcome in. I totally didn't just wake up. Let me just... there you go, you should be able to hear the music now, although it's a little loud. There we go. We're listening to... Also, welcome in. We're back to, you know, peer pressures to my editing. And how are you doing? How's your morning? I assume it's in the US. I think it's morning right now.
The Alpha Universe has discovered the Alpha Universe at the tax audit. Nothing matters.
So this belongs in... Oh, nice. I'm happy for you. I am here because I totally didn't wake up like 1.5 hours ago. Because like it's happening again. I'm habit fixating. And yes, those are what is it called? I don't know what an eye catcher, I think, is the English word. Something to catch your eye. Like an attention, like a focal point. No, that's not the word. There's like a word in Danish. It's blikfang, which just means like something that catches your eye, to kind of draw you in, like a gateway drug kind of. Sort of an attraction, I guess, is the like when it's about a building, like the Eiffel Tower would be an attraction to go to Paris. You know, you go to see the Eiffel Tower, and then you might end up seeing other parts of Paris. Kind of like that, you know. An eye grabber, yeah, focal point, something like that, yeah. And I think eye grabber would just be or a lure, a bait. I think bait is also a word that could be used here. Some eye candy is probably also an apt word to use. And I think I want to wear... I'll wear some more like work clothes. Mind. Like something like this. I just gotta button everything. So, I have filmed like a lot. I'm actually pretty confident that I think I've filmed and recorded. I've recorded like all of the voiceover stuff, everything that like audio wise. I've like recorded, I think, like 90% of everything. Now the thing I need to do, of course, something I need to do some 3D modeling, and I need to collect a bunch of clips for the intermissions. Especially now that I'm doing the third installation, I'm definitely I can redo the whole Um, the two intermission. I have some new ideas for the intermissions, especially with the ice raids, the Eisstapo. I think the clips from that could be very it's very much fitting to the intermission I have with the quote from Tacitus, who's like talking about something that was going on like in 50, like the year 50, like AC, like 2000 years ago, and yet it feels so relevant to like the US today, because he's talking about how like people are getting scared of and like getting like wary of their neighbors, etc. And people start like acting, guardedly, avoiding talking to each other no matter whether they're friends or strangers. And then both the quote of like it was part of a plan to make it clear that the incoming consuls were as able to open prisons as they were the shrines and altars, which goes hard. And then it's also the fear and intimidation are poor bonds of attachment. Once break them, and where fear ends, hatred will begin. Which again, very, very relevant for today's like situations. Here, let me just... something I like doing when I need to do video editing is like, or just generally do homework, is to put on clothes as if I was going, going out or such, like dressing up a little bit to feel like, oh, like I'm in work clothes right now, like I do work now. I'm not just a little fruity, I'm an entire fruit basket, honey. So I think,
gaze at it.
and I need to have the script open here so I can keep track of where everything needs to be. Thank you. Let's see, so this is about everything everywhere all at once. And I think that goes in the... Does it go in the prologue? Yeah, it does. It's a long prologue, isn't it? Where is it? Hold on. The text sorted. The Alpha Universe. Okay, so this is all.
As he navigates the passing of his mother, the tragic destinies that surround him.
Oh, wait, this is... Hold on. So...
And I know that the meaning is not something to poke fun at.
Wait, that's not... Where does it... Okay.
This Greek love.
Nope. Oh, so this is like several parts of something.
Peace. On the day before the pile is...
Nope.
What they must give to the pile.
I need to pee real quick. I'll be right back. It's no worries. I mainly stream when I video edit to have sort of like a body double, kind of. There you go, it's TTS. I'm so proud of you, darling. You're doing amazing. Keep up the good work. Like that. That was an anticlimactic fizz. Oh well. We have the comfort drink. The Danish variant of Coca-Cola, which is Jolly Cola, which is like a Danish brand of cola. It tastes particular in a way that I like. So I need a bit of hand lotion here. I don't know why my fingers smell like weird. Well, because I touched my hands to the fucking dirty dishes earlier. Without gloves, and I should have worn gloves, but yeah. Here. Right, so this audio file I have here is bits and bobs of 3 different things. So we need to split it and put it in the right places.
It begins with an innocent...
Yeah, that's...
and breathing the smoke of this vile being as it's... and is taken over by a different version of him.
Okay.
Jobu Tubaki has been searching universe after universe, executing every Evelyn she could find. About Pierre,
So that's where nothing begins.
a wonderful mix of existentialist comedy in the shape of a literal everything bagel.
There we go. This belongs in the prologue. Paste. And then the next part belongs in Janitella.
And it's death on your hands. The virginity you were... Spring.
Right, I should also say, I'm gonna be switching between all sorts of different clips in this very, very rough video essay, not in terms of quality, but in terms of the topics. So I just want to give a heads up that there's like three or four different places in the video where I make a trigger warning, and the lists are different for each section. So there's a trigger warning for gore, but not graphical, of course, just talking about things that happen in these books. So there's gore, there's animal cruelty, there is mention of like sexual violence and sexual abuse, and there is also I mean, if you've played Stardew Valley, you also know that you know what happens with Shane. I also talk about him in one of the sections. So you know, I'm not gonna be playing all of those clips in full length, but I've just a heads up that I'm gonna be, you know, traveling between different clips that might have some heavy topics in them.
Nothing.
That's kind of the point of the video essay.
The novel
is that I want to be able to finish this conversation that I have once in a while with people about the meaning of life and nihilism and such. And it often ends, at least in the past, it has often ended on an unresolved note. And that's the point of this video, is that I can point to this video essay / art film / therapy session to kind of give people
text. The novel travels the mind of French Algerian.
Okay, so that belongs to the stranger. I might have an answer.
And when I carefully open,
This belongs to... here. Sunder. As in, like, walking asunder? Like, what is the context here? Is it an English word? Sunder? Or is it from Germanic? Which means like in nothing in particular, kind of. Or can also mean something in particular. It means like particularly, in like Sonden, and Sonalit in Danish and Germanic languages. Sunder. I only know about walking asunder, but I'll hang on.
travels the mind of French.
This all belongs to the strange
flounders. No.
Wait, hold on. What?
Anything to please father.
Oh, this is confusing. What am I do? What did you do, Atlas?
The novel travels the mind of.
Okay.
His fate in the story. Morris is presented as a.
Okay.
Evelyn is overwhelmed. Delightful double date at their beach house along with their friend Raymond.
Okay, so it's because I didn't do the full voiceover for that one, which I assume I do later then. I mean, there's a bunch of clips here, so something was done. Oh yeah, there's like, oh god, does that say? Hold on.
Morris is arrested for me.
Oh no, that says 3 minutes. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, so there's something here. I know that the strangers section is not that long anyway, so that's probably why. Oh yeah, and it was longer because they insert some clips from the movie as well. Okay, matching clips.
Better with googly eyes. Everything
Oh yeah,
becomes
and then
nothing. Evelyn is reduced to nothing but a bunch of titles.
And then I was like, oh, I have warmed up my voice. So I was gonna I've recorded. The part I have the most takes on, I think, is purposely the intro, because I want the first 3 minutes to be really good. So that you kind of...
Good work, and more work will feed that deep, dark abyss.
And she keeps the trauma locked away.
Evelyn's delicate balance of
distraction and the dread.
When he's faced with his fellow students, he flounders.
Okay.
At the tax audit, the body of it.
Okay. This is a little confusing, I will say. So this goes to... Hold on. What was this?
Our only hope is Waymond.
That goes to the prologue as well. And then matching clips.
Now that the pile... As the others in the pact... Agnes, who's been the narrator of the book. The novel travels the mind of the...
Okay, I just kind of... okay, I guess I was like, let's just do a bunch of takes. Because just in case something is bad or good. I think that's actually a good strategy. I should keep doing that. Just like... do it like at least twice.
As he navigates the passing of his mother, the tragic destiny. As the boys wander the beach, enjoying the waves together, Raymond physically abused her. It's the society in which the Arabians, as the rays of the sun expedite to death. He's sentenced to death.
Okay, so this is all the stranger. Cool. Every random person in the world then, now, and in the future lives complete. Oh, complete lives just as much as you do. Yourself, kind of like the opposite of solipsism. Yeah. Like that. I feel that often. That's interesting that you mentioned that word, because there's the part of the video essay that has survived all of the renditions of it is the monologue I have about, like, I guess about Sunder, but I call it the dread. But that's probably because it's not just Sunder. When I feel it, it's also like an overwhelming sense of like trying to think of everything at the same time and ending up failing and just getting overstimulated, trying to think about too many things at once, and how big the world is. But again, the video essay kind of dives into that, and what the solution for that is. Because I did find one. Not an easy solution, and I'm definitely not good at it yet, but I'm getting better every day. But boy, is it not fun. And I think there's also something to say about like autism and how that can make you like if you combine autism and ADHD and like the PTSD that I have, this like hyper awareness of everything that has to do with people, and kind of trying to keep track of everything and everyone. I think it definitely, I feel like autism can go in and kind of enable that sort of thinking of not being able to filter inputs. That's kind of one of the big things about autism, is that that's why we often get overstimulated in public, because there's too many inputs and we don't know how to sort them. They all get sorted into the brain at the same. For some autistic people, they all get sorted. All inputs get sorted as the same level of importance. For some autistic people, it's an abnormal importance. Like background noise will be higher than the person talking with you. Like it's. I think that does translate into like feeling that feeling of Sunder, where you. Especially if you're an extrovert autistic person, extroverted, not that that's like a binary thing, it's more of I would argue that's more of a spectrum, and I would argue that extrovert versus introvert is more about like like how much social elasticity you have, or what kinds of social capacity you have, and what kind of needs you have. Because I do have this pet theory that, at least from all of the people I've met in my lifetime, that even the most like introverted people still have a need to connect, just not the same level. Because I know it's the whole idea of like oh, you recharge from hanging out with people versus recharging from not hanging out with people. And I've seen a lot of newer articles and videos about like how that's not real, and it's not as cut and dry as we think it is. That someone is never 100% extroverted or 100% introverted. In fact, both energies, like both functions, are in the brain. It's a lot more important, I think, to talk about like what are all the other things that impact your social battery, and that's not necessarily being social like introverted or extroverted. Like basically, introvert and extrovert are not like we have to basically stop seeing them as like the thing that causes all your problems, and more as a symptom or like a correlation between all the other things that you have going on. That like a bit like how like depression and anxiety can be symptoms of other things. Extrovertedness versus introvertedness can also just be indicators of other things or side effects of other things. Like a side effect of autism is that after like interacting with new people, you need a lot of recharging, for example. Whereas if you're talking with someone that you're very familiar with, it's a whole different situation, you know. Um, yeah, yeah, that part too, which can also kind of skewer one's own perception of whether you're really introverted or really extroverted. After I've moved out, like for real, like after I've lived alone for the first time in my life, I've definitely realized that I'm still I would still consider myself like extroverted and like eager to socialize, but I'm definitely not as like extroverted as I thought I was. I'm still social. I'm still very social. Like I hang out in the Discords a lot, and I have friends IRL that I hang out with and stuff, but it's not like all the time as it used to be, if that makes sense. I'm like only doing half of this social like stuff that I used to. And I'm only going out. I have like, you know, I've had to be really really hard on myself and be like, you have a limit. It's one concert for every 2 months. Period. And it's, you know, it's you can only have social, like real life social events twice a week. You know, if if it's something, if it's a social event with people that you're familiar with and are comfortable with, you might be able to fit three, but like that's the hard limit for me. I found out the hard way after autistic burnout. Um, so yeah. Okay, so now comes the fun one, which is the dubbing. Um, I think that the kitchen smell is gonna bother me a lot right now. So I'm gonna take a quick be right back and deal with my kitchen. It only takes like 15 minutes, but I'm not gonna put it on the be right back screen. I'm just gonna go do it. So I'll be right back. I'll put running in my chair. Welcome back. And oh boy, that was so much better. Now there's no disgusting smell of old cheese in my kitchen. That's the thing about living in one room, like a one bedroom apartment, is that even though there's a door between the bedroom, the main room, and the kitchen, and sometimes it reeks through. I need to go wash my hands, and then I'm gonna come back. So this is part of why everything everywhere all at once matters so much. So the deal about this part is that I didn't well, I filmed, as you can see, like an entire hour of stuff, and then the audio files corrupted. But I don't want to have to do all that makeup again, and the nails, and all sorts of things, so I've dubbed it with these files. They're not going to match, is the thing. So we're just going to have to cut it into pieces for the different sections, and then just... so the first thing I need would be the part where I'm like... hold on, let me get a script here. Because this would be... googly eyes, right, yeah.
And all of the audio files.
Oh right, I already took that, okay. Cool, so we take everything that is for that section and then just like put it in the right place, and then I'll match it in that section, I think. It's gonna be a little bit more work, but it's better than it's less work than having to re-record all that. You see, I can't fully explain. I mean, here's my answer. It's somewhere around here. Explaining to you why it resonates. Why is it remember to control Yes. Me. Back in autumn of 2023 when I started rewriting this video. Back in autumn of 2023 when I started rewriting this video, I actually didn't have a proper answer to that question. I do now. Back in 2023. Okay, yeah, so this part and this part. I think also this part. You might catch what I'm doing here. I lied. Yeah, I lied, and then so let's cut that. These three need to go in here. And then the same with the audio file that is responding to that.
What I'm doing. I lied. After Evelyn's death, the fake credits roll. The first time I watched it, it caught me off guard, I'll be honest. The first time I watched it, it caught me off guard. Evelyn dies, yes, but that's only half the movie. The fake credits cut to the universe where she became an actress, as we realize this isn't. Evelyn dies. When I started rewriting this video, I actually didn't know a proper answer to this question. I do now. If you
So it starts here. Just delete this.
your feelings. Vegetables. Yet, as he grows older, he
Jesus. A little too loud, isn't it?
fundamentally changed. This is a liminal pilgrimage.
That's too far.
Image and pilgrimage.
Okay.
I actually didn't know a proper answer to this question. I do now. I do now.
I do now. Okay.
My life is liminal.
Bingo. Here. This goes into Googly Eyes. Paste. Ooh, how is... Okay. Oh, that's probably because some of these cuts are bad. Takes are not good, so... Because I'm like, this is not enough dubbing for this. But that's probably because half of this is, like, not good. Or it's double takes. We'll figure it out later. Because this should be...
If you have watched Everything Everywhere All at Once,
Yeah.
you might have already caught what I'm doing.
Uh-huh. If you watch everything everywhere all at once, you might have already got what I'm doing here. I lied. And this.
When I was 24, I read Image and Pilgrimage and Christian culture.
Image and Blue. So my life is liminal. That goes.
Game Stardew Valley, you play both a farming, dating...
Oh, bingo.
Well, I realized I wasn't alone. Thanks to the internet, gaming, and the queer community.
Bingo. Community. So this goes into my life is liminal. I love how it has no clips so far. Wait. Is it because... Hold on. If I go... Okay. Oh, it's because there's more clips to match. Okay. Anywho. Let's take this first.
Do. What you should really ask.
Stardew Valley.
Minecraft.
Stardew Valley. Question is, have I made... Yeah, okay. Stardew Valley is also in community. And then matching clips. This is empty now, right? Yeah. Get it out of here.
One of the video games I've played the most.
It's Minecraft. Okay.
The meaning of life is community.
And it's a choice. Yeah, so Control X, Control B. Okay. I think it's good that I'm cutting it into such small sections. It really makes it less overwhelming to work with. Let's see here.
There's no historical precedent for this triumph. There is no historical precedent for this triumph. There is no historical precedent for this triumph. Do you ever lay in bed, stare at the... The disease that was supposed to affect only developing countries seems to have hit the global north.
Bingo, this is Milanovic. So that's this one. And then this is the dread.
I think about dying. Do you ever lay in bed, stare at the wall?
Goes into intermission 1, the dread. I have two recordings of that. That's good. I'll have to decide later which one is good. Or maybe I'll intercut. No, I'm not going to intercut them because they're not the same audio environment.
Rome was in an unprecedented state of fear and panic.
Rome was in an unprecedented state of panic.
Forever or take quick vengeance, this field must decide.
Bingo. So that goes in intermission 2, the Roman. And then match clips.
I'm sorry, I got so close, but he cowered once again. I can't seem to wrangle it out of him. What magic words can I say that will make him realize what he needs to... Jesus. I'm sorry, I got so close, but he cowered once again. I can't seem to wrangle it out of him. What magic words can I say that will make him realize what he needs to admit? Thank you. You disappoint me. You have done what you can, my acolyte. You are dismissed.
You've done what you can, my acolyte. You're dismissed.
My child. I'm afraid the key to the abyss...
Okay.
I'm afraid I'll need to see him myself, although I had hoped your presence would have been enough. An end, yes. In the void. Hello, Atlas. You've done what you can, my child. You're dismissed.
Yeah, this is the acolyte. Let's close these. Remember to save. Here, paste. That'll be the acolyte, right? No, wait, that's not the acolyte. That's intermission. Five, the void. The void. It's in the void. It's this one. And I think this would also be...
Child, you are falling into the same traps you fault others for. Think. Child, you are falling into the same traps you fault others for. Think. You're getting it. My work here is done. You're dismissed. You disappoint me. You disappoint.
This goes in the void as well. The void part 2, of course.
My child, I'm afraid the key to the abyss are words you can express. You disappoint me. You disappoint. You disappoint me. My child, I'm afraid the key to the abyss are words you can express. Yet he will not listen unless the right source of his dread is evoked. I'm afraid I'll need to see him myself, although I hoped your presence would have been enough. You have done what you can, my child. You're dismissed. You disappoint me. My child, I'm afraid the key to the... We are in my realm, child.
Yeah,
I'm afraid I will need to see him myself, though I'd hoped your presence would have been enough. You've done what you can, my child. You're dismissed.
Yeah, I think I was channeling because I recently rewatched John Wick Ballerina, the Ballerina movie. I forgot what it's called. The midquel, the spin-off to John Wick movies, and the Russian like mother of the ballerina, the ballet school that's also secretly training them to be assassins. She's like kind of the voice I would like to have for the void, at least in this instance.
We are in my realm, child. Exactly. It's predictable, as are you. I brought you here to talk. My work here is done. You're dismissed.
You're dismissed. Let me see.
You're getting it. My work here is done. You're dismissed.
So that's void.
Where am I? Why am I here? Where am I? Why am I here? When I was a kid, I was sick. The dragon. The dragon. I need to find the... Oh no. Trigger warning.
Okay. It on stream because it's gonna be hard. So I'll just put this in the void. And then I think it's safe to assume that all of this is the part about CSA. Let's put that here where it belongs. And I'll deal with that later. Because that's not an easy part to edit. Okay, so let's see here. So I think if think that's that for that. And then we have these clips I need to put in the right places. So what is this? It's short clips over here.
A little heads up. I had to re-record the audio for this. So
Yeah, it's just about that.
here's a little behind the scenes.
Scenes, whatever. Okay.
Famous to come.
My life is liminal. This is all liminal.
Ideally, the pilgrim is going to
Uh-huh.
own mother in her youth. My mom grew up.
This is also... hold on. Oh, enjoy. Let's see, intermission, that goes in My Life is Liminal. I think all of this. Yeah, because... Yeah, okay, it does.
Here when I was holding a guy's hand.
Yep.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ, it's disgusting.
This is part of why everything everywhere all at once matters so much to me. The movie has me reminiscing on the messages that I've gotten from people throughout the year.
Yeah, that is not necessarily needed. Because I can just use the voiceover there. So this goes in My Life is Liminal here. Okay. Let's sort it.
Right before the finish line. They cower right.
Ah, this is Community? Hold on. Where is this in the script? I think that's Community. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's at the end of Minecraft. Okay. That goes. Not because it's this.
Something about building. This is. The movie has me reminiscing on some.
Uh-huh.
Sleep. All at once to the.
Bingo. Minecraft. Because Minecraft is kind of also like where you have the conclusion. Kind of. You're about to reach a conclusion, but then you don't. Because then again, we get the intermission. Okay. This is all B-roll. That's just... Well, that was for stills, but it doesn't really look good anyways. Do I need this B-roll? Not right now. I'll just keep it in the assorted mess that is the clip matcher. Whatever is this? Let's see. Right. Okay, that's not relevant. Okay, so we have that. We have this. This. We have that. We have all this. Okay. Oh, let's start somewhere. For example, in the first section, the prologue. Um, I guess these are matched, right? Yeah, these are already matched. I'm gonna pee real quick and then we're gonna start on this section. Now we can do the fun part, which is like putting it together to be coherent. So reminded that I should post my link in the there we go. Let me just okay. Now we get to have the fun part where we cut the good parts together to something coherent. And later I'll have to grab all of the fucking... Oh, there's so much editing to do. Filming is only the beginning. Hi Al, welcome in. How's your morning? Morning? Or not, it's not morning anymore, is it? Afternoon? How's it? How is your... It's... Okay.
Everything Everywhere All at Once is about accepting that life is better with googly
A
eyes.
noise suppressor in that audio
Everything
track there.
Everywhere All at Once is about accepting that life is better with googly eyes. Everything Everywhere All at
Once is about accepting that life is better with googly eyes. I did this several takes because that is the opening line of the video. So it has to be really
Heroin
good.
is overworked.
I already did that.
Anything becomes nothing.
Okay, so was that a good take? Hold on.
Everything Everywhere All at Once is about accepting that life is better with googly eyes.
Bingo. That's a good take. I like that take. I'll take that. I'll take that take. Can you tell that I woke up like not too long ago? Because oh my god, I totally didn't, stay up until 7 a.m. to do video editing. Because I'm hyperfixated. Hyperfixated and hyperfocused. See, we want to, like, here.
Everything Everywhere All at
Once is about accepting that life is better with googly eyes. That is a good tip, because I want it to be clear. I want it to be not too enthusiastic, but not too depressed. I want to find that middle point. I think this take might be it. Also, ignore the color balance here. When I'm editing this, I need to like have no filters on it and no color correction at all. It's gonna look a little like off compared to like what I want it to, because I want it to be a little bit more like muted. You can actually see on my background image here how the colors are gonna look in like the final version. Because that's just how like post-processing works, is that you kind of when I film it, I try to make sure that I get like 80% there, because I don't have a professional studio. I do have some like semi-professional equipment, like some semi-professional lights and professional camera and stuff. But you kind of have to like rely a little bit on the post-processing too to get just right. Because what I usually do, I can get so nerdy about this, I swear to God. What I usually do is I make sure when I film that I get just as much light as possible. I actually try to make it a little too bright because of how cameras work. Is that the more light you have, the more clear your image will be. Oh yeah, good luck modding, by the way. And then I can work with all that light and color in the post-processing. It's a bit like, you gotta have a big enough dough to make a cake, and if you don't have a big enough dough, it's gonna be a very small cake, and it's not gonna be like, you can't really make a cake appear out of nothing, but you can, if you've made too much dough, you can cut some of it off, if that makes sense. That's kind of how light works when you're doing this kind of videos. Which is also part of why I have a heavy filter on my camera here on stream, because I don't want to be overstimulated, so I can't have like a bright light shining in my face. So I actually, at some point I want to show like what my webcam looks like without the filters, because it's kind of funny. Like, it looks so busted. Like, actually I can just show you real quick. If I just go into my camera here. And I say, hold on, cancel. They're on save changes. Yeah, whatever. If I got filters. Now, if you look at my screen here, I have a color corrector because otherwise my camera would look like this. Isn't this wild, what you can do with filters? Like, if you're a little bit nerdy about, post-processing and color correcting, you can also see I've flipped the camera so that, like, when I turn, like, this is my right hand, and I want that to be, like, matching what I want the camera to act as a mirror and not as this. So anywho, so this is a good take. And then we need, because then the next would be voiceover, right? We go all the way to the top of the script. Everything Everywhere All at Once, this movie is about accepting that life is better with Google Eyes. Yes, and then Evelyn is overworked. Evelyn is overworked, overwhelmed, and overlooked.
To please.
And I'm not to toot my own horn here, but I feel like I kind of popped off with the writing of this new version of the video. In some spots, like Evelyn is, I really like lines like, Evelyn is overwhelmed, overworked, and overlooked. Anything to please anyone, anything to please her father. Anything becomes nothing, and Evelyn is reduced to nothing but a bunch of titles. Mother, daughter, wife, immigrant. Like, that's the opening line, that's the opening spiel. The elevator pitch to kind of draw you in.
Evelyn is overworked. Evelyn is overwhelmed, overworked, and overlooked. Anything to please anyone, anything to please her father.
So what does that sound like compared to this?
Everything ever. Evelyn is overwhelmed, overworked, and overlooked. Anything to please anyone. Anything to please her father. Anything becomes nothing. And Evelyn is reduced to nothing but a bunch of titles. Mother, wife, daughter, immigrant. Evelyn hopes that work, work, and more work will feed that deep dark abyss.
Get some gay on that, please.
Evelyn hopes that work, work, and more work will feed that deep dark abyss in which she keeps her trauma locked away,
Why is that not working?
never to be let out. Evelyn hopes
It's not giving it a gain. Why is that not working? Okay, let's just try this game. Nope.
that work, work, and more work will feed that deep dark abyss in which
Oh,
she
is it
keeps
because
her
it's a
trauma
.wav
locked
file?
away.
Okay. Let's just let's put it on the separate track down here, and then just turn that track up.
Stress is everything, and everything is nothing. And
And
if everything is
noise.
stress is
Noise
everything,
suppressor
and
real quick.
everything is nothing.
There we go.
Evelyn's delicate balance of distraction and the dread is pushed out of order as the daughter, Joy, discovers one thing she cannot suppress. She's gay. She's gay. Evelyn's daughter took the key to the realm of the abyss.
Okay. Because I think this voiceover part is better than the stuff that's gonna.
Evelyn is overworked. Evelyn is overwhelmed, overworked, and overlooked. Anything to please anyone. Anything to please her father. Evelyn is overwhelmed, overworked, and overlooked. Anything to please anyone. Anything to please her father. Anything becomes nothing, and Evelyn is reduced to nothing but a bunch of titles. Mother, wife, daughter, immigrant. Evelyn hopes that work, work, and more work will feed that deep dark abyss in which she keeps her trauma locked away, never to be let out, lest the beast that it is might ascend from the depths of her subconsciousness and turn to ash the very thread that weaves the weak tapestry of her world. Were the tapestry of overwork large enough, the pretty picture perfectly distracted from the worn-out hands of the weaver. If everything is stress, stress is everything, and everything is nothing. If everything is stress is delicate balance of distraction and is stress.
Everything is stress. Stress is nothing, and nothing matters.
If everything is stress is everything, and everything is nothing. Evelyn's delicate balance of distraction and the dread is pushed out of order as the daughter, Joy, discovers one thing she cannot suppress. She's gay. She's gay.
I like the second take of she's gay. She's gay. He's gay. I'm really proud of how I wrote this part to be like da 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 da. Like you get this sort of like a machine gun of words, and then just the two simple words, she's gay. Like I like this kind of I like creating this sort of contrast between super convoluted language that's like super like painted, and then you just get this like straight to the point like drop, like, you know, like this.
Evelyn is overwhelmed, overworked, and overlooked. Anything to please anyone. Anything to please her father. Anything becomes nothing, and Evelyn is reduced to nothing but a bunch of titles. Mother, wife, daughter, immigrant. Evelyn hopes that work, work, and more work will feed that deep dark abyss in which she keeps her trauma locked away,
I'm gonna cut that.
never to be let out, lest the beast that it is might ascend from the depths of her subconsciousness and turn to ash the very thread that weaves the weak tapestry of her world. Were the tapestry of overwork large enough, the pretty picture perfectly distracts from the worn-out hands of the weaver. If everything is stress, stress is everything, and everything is nothing. Evelyn's delicate balance of distraction and the dread is pushed out of order as the daughter, Joy, discovers one thing she cannot suppress. She's gay. Evelyn's daughter took the key to the realm of...
I really like this sort of like ramp it up and then drop it down. Like ramping up the destruction, the order of daughter, and the alliteration and the like rhyming. I really like using a lot of like alliteration and rhyming and make it feel like the words are being punched in the air where it's appropriate, of course. There's other parts of the video where it's not as like colorful on purpose to kind of like, especially in the beginning, I want it to be very colorful because that's kind of the idea of the video. That part one is written, it's not the idea, the part one is written and conceived before I had really like put into actions the words that I was preaching. So we are going to move this like, all the way to the front, to the front, to the back. Da 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 da. Okay, here. I hate to say that I need to pee again, but it's fine. It'll be 30 seconds. This is going to be like clips from the movie, which reminds me to load in the movie, which I think, hold on, source files, new folder, which I do wonder if I still have it on my other folder. Nothing matters, video. Yeah, no, I don't think I have the original. Okay, so I'll have to re-record. I think I'll just re-record that. which is kind of annoying because I edited the. Oh, I wonder if I still have that because I edited the Stranger to have the English dub over the Spanish version of the film because the Spanish version of the film is high picture quality, but it's in Spanish. And I wanted it to be in English, and then I have the English dub of the movie. I'll get to that. Honestly, I think it is time for making a list before I go completely off the rails here. And I'm a little bit more clear-headed right now. So I can, like, nothing, everything, something. So let me first make a to-do list of filming, because there's a small amount of things I have to film still, which would be Plague Doctor on the phone. No, Acolyte, sorry. Acolyte on the phone. And also Acolyte speaks to Void. To the Void. And then we're gonna need Acolyte. We're gonna need the Acolyte with like with the Plague Doctor mask. With the fucking, I need to do the projector scenes. Just the scenes where I use the projector, of course. Okay. Let me be responsible and actually make a list of the things that I have left to do. So we have filming. So let me go in here in my project. Let's see, because we're gonna need, because I think I have all of what I need, like, to film with myself. Hey Rampage, welcome in. Let's see, Acolyte on the phone, Acolyte speaks to the Void, and then I need to film how many, so I have my intermissions. Those are the ones I need to film. I already have the intermission, like, with the in intermission 3 I already have, let me check here. I already have the footage of me talking on the phone, but I need, here, let me parentheses this, intermission 3. Something I need to figure out that I've realized, like, is kind of a problem, a creative problem, I guess. I want so there's this intermission part of the video. One of the intermissions. There's a couple of them. It's like 5 of them. And in this intermission, I need to have me on a screen in the, like, realm of the Acolyte. Speaking. That's what I have here, but I realized the fucking Acolyte is a Plague Doctor type guy whose outfit is black. So how the fuck do I, like, so I have to decide, right? Do I 3D model him? Do I, like, go out and find, like, a model of a human and put a Plague Doctor mask on him? Do I solve it by putting the Plague Doctor on a separate screen so that it looks like they're sort of video calling? And solve it by basically having Plague Doctor be on a darker background, be on the, like, dark background with the roses. Or do I put the Plague Doctor on a white background? Because that could be a solution, is the thing. If I put on gloves, if I am not wearing anything white with the Plague Doctor outfit, I could use a white wall as, like, a white screen, so that I could, like, chroma key him, like make the background like transparent, and then put him into the world, like the 3D world that I want to create. That I've been working on creating. I've been collecting assets for it from a couple different museums who have 3D scanned their statues. So I either do that, or I do like that would be the I think the most, it would be the hardest, but it would also be like the coolest probably. Although there could also be some kind of like cool energy in having the like basically, maybe I've thought about maybe using my real life monitors to kind of have that conversation between them, between me, I guess, the Atlas in the video, and then the Acolyte. But I'm still debating. I could also, something I've also thought about is like it's just like film, because the thing is the audio environment doesn't have to be good wherever I'm filming the Acolyte. So he could be calling my character from anywhere. So I could go outside somewhere and find an interesting spot to film him. Because he just has to have a Plague Doctor mask on and kind of like nod and have the phone on him. So that's something I'll have to think about, basically, is like, because there's something I could do, actually. Okay, now I'm thinking, because in the second rendition of the video, the Acolyte was sort of out in the grass in a mysterious, like, area. I have this great spot nearby where there's, like, a big area of grass, and then if you're filming during the night, there's, like, light from the street lamps, but then if you angle it right, it's just darkness. Like, there's grass, and then it just kind of, if it's dark, then it just kind of, like, fades into, like, black. And then, of course, you see the night sky above. So that could also be a solution, that I sort of, I edit myself, like, this part of me on a screen, 3D modeled, into that video. But then it's getting really advanced, and I don't know if I could pull that off, of having the Acolyte, the realm of the Acolyte, be like in a real place. So there's a lot to think about, I think. I also have an interesting road tunnel nearby that I could that could be the Acolyte's realm. Because it doesn't necessarily need to be like a realm, because that's kind of the Void's whole thing. I'm kind of torn about this. I think I'm just gonna write down that I'm gonna like need to figure that out. So we also need of course, the projector scenes for the Dread, the Roman, and the Triumph. So the Dread, I think for the, especially at least for the Dread, the Roman, and the Triumph. But of course, that is its own task in itself, because I can't just film that right now. I need to also collect clips for the projector. It's gonna be so good, but it's gonna be so much work. But that's the whole point of doing a lot of work, is that what's it called? Oh my god, my phone. I think that's kind of the whole point of doing like a big creative work, is that you're gonna put a lot of work into it, and then that's gonna come out and show at the end. And this is my last chance to make like a good installment, so we're gonna go all in. So it's the Triumph. So I'm gonna make those separate points because I can't film those yet. So collect clips would be a separate one. Collect clips. I need to collect clips for the Void, because I've been 3D modeling. And And I need a bunch of clips to put on these like rectangles that I put in the Dreamers Discord in our hobbies and whatever. I put the sketch to the 3D modeling there. So I need clips for that, and I need clips for the Dread, I think. No, wait, that's filming. Right, okay, let me think. The Dread is the monologue where I want to do my original idea that I was too cowardly to do, was to film myself doing the things that I talk about in the... Yeah, okay. Oh, and now that I know 3D modeling, I could do the thing that I wanted to do, like have at the end of the monologue in the Dread, there's like, I mention a lot of things that like, it's like climate change, economic inequality, like all of those things that make you feel the dread, existential dread, and make you feel overwhelmed. And originally I had this idea of having like TVs that all turn on one at a time with some sort of clip of that like climate change, maybe that's some iceberg like melting, stuff like that. So I think, let's say collect clips for the Dread. That's gonna be a lot of work, is I'm gonna have to go out and find so many clips of very specific things, but that's the point. So collect clips for the Dread, clips for the Void, and then I'm gonna need clips. So the Dread, I'm gonna say parentheses climate change, etc. Very ambitious. And then the Void, I need clips from old videos which I've downloaded. I've downloaded all my previous YouTube videos, also the bad ones, the ones that are privated or unlisted, and we're gonna put those in the Void. And climate change. Then we're gonna need clips. So for the Roman, it's parentheses like we're gonna have probably an ice rate. So what was that also thinking of? I think people acted guardedly even to the closest. Let me go back. Go to the let me go to that part. Hold on. The triumph. The Roman. Where do we have the Roman? There. Need some inspiration for what clips I would get here. Put the nice pressure on, please. Please and thank you.
Rome was in an unprecedented state of fear and panic. People acted guardedly and avoided meeting and talking to each other. Rome was in an unprecedented state of fear and panic. People acted guardedly and avoided meeting and talking to each other, no matter whether they were friends or strangers. Could they expect any day of the year to be free of punishments when the manacle and the noose were conspicuous on the very day that by custom was meant to be free of ill-omened words? Tiberius, they said, you must have stirred up this indignation purposefully. It was a part of a plan to make it clear that the incoming consuls were as able to open prisons as they were the shrines and altars. Do you imagine that the Romans' bravery in war matches their dissoluteness in time of peace?
Go. Right. 9, 11. Venezuela. And then we also need Ukraine. Actually, I want clips from the fucking annexing of I want to see if I can find clips of the annexing of Crimea. Because that is really what started all of this, I think, in my brain. Which is a long time ago at this point. It's like 12 years ago or whatever. But I think it's relevant today because it kind of ties everything together. Okay. The Roman. People act guard. Okay, let me hear again.
No. It is our quarrels and disunion that have given them fame. The reputation of the Roman army is built upon the fault of its enemies. Terror and intimidation are poor bonds of attachment. Once break them, and where fear ends, hatred will begin.
I don't know where that's gonna go. January 6th.
The enemy have no wives to fire their courage, no parents ready to taunt them if they run away. Most of them either have no fatherland they can remember or belong to one other than Rome. Which will you choose? To follow your leader into battle, or to submit to taxation, labor in the mines, and all the other tribulations of slavery?
Hold on. Switch maybe. Or maybe Amazon, actually. Warehouse. Yeah, Union. Let me get some Union Strike, maybe. Okay, for the Roman, because again, the whole point is that this quote is from the Roman, like it's during the Roman Empire. It's like so long ago, but let me think. So like yeah, but it's from like 50 BC or something. It's 2,000 years old. Yet I'm like, is he talking about the Roman Empire, or is he talking about the 2020s? And I'm not just thinking about the US. It also feels like Russia, like not so much China, not so much North Korea, but especially like the US and Russia. Anywho, so we also need to collect clips for the Triumph. And I think for that, let me go ahead and listen to this. Intermission, the Triumph.
In the past, capitalism, whether in Mesopotamia, in the 6th century BC, the Roman Empire, Italian city-states in the Middle Ages, or the Low Countries in the Italian... There is no historical precedent for this triumph. In the past, capitalism, whether in Mesopotamia in the 6th century BC, the Roman Empire, Italian city-states in the Middle Ages, or the Low Countries in the early modern era, had to coexist with other ways of organizing production. These alternatives included hunting and gathering, small-scale farming by free peasants, serfdom, and slavery. The setup of liberal capitalism has the consequence of at once deepening inequality and screening that inequality behind the veil of merit. More plausibly than their predecessors in the Gilded Age, the wealthiest today can claim that their standing derives from the virtue of their work, obscuring the advantages they have gained from a system and from social trends that make economic mobility harder and harder. As the elites in liberal meritocratic capitalist systems become more cordoned off, the rest of society grows resentful. Malaise in the West about globalization is largely caused by the gap between the
Why have I just forgotten the name of the guy? CEO, the United Health CEO. Maloney? Hold on. Mangione, Luigi Mangione. There we go, Luigi Mangione. I want a bunch of footage of his trial and stuff, press coverage. But also, hold on, BlackRock CEO. Rock CEO.
small number of elites and the masses. Malaise in the West about globalization is largely caused by the gap between the small number of elites and the masses, who have seen very little benefit from
more union.
globalization, and accurately or not, regard global trade
Strikes.
and immigration as the cause of their ills. The situation
Right.
eerily
Hold on. Is it Charlottesville? I need for the Roman. And then regard immigrants as there. For that one, I think I want Nigel Farage, maybe. Or the like.
resembles what used to be called the situation eerily resembles what used to be called the disarticulation.
That was a hard word to say.
This situation eerily resembles what used to be called the disarticulation of
Disarticulation.
third world societies in the 1970s, such as was seen in Brazil, Nigeria, and Turkey.
Now we're gonna need Brazil, Nigeria, and Turkey. Okay. And then, so that's clips for that. And then I need, I also need to film why nothing matters. Truly. It's just gonna be me with my Medusa tank top. Probably. Either that or, because yeah, I think that's just gonna be it. Triumph. Collect clips. Oh right, and then collect clips. I need clips of everything, everywhere, all at once. I'm gonna have to make that list later. Just gonna say make list. The same with the stranger. And Intel. Okay, and then for editing, oh yeah, and then I have a separate thing for 3D modeling. 3D modeling. This is really a big project that I've been taking on. I fear it might take me at least 2 months, maybe more, to finish this. Because I also have a bachelor's degree that I have to work on soon. Work more on. I've already written 10 pages, but in February I have to hand it in again. It's a long story. 3 million. So we're gonna need to finish, fill out green boxes with clips. I'm also gonna I'm just gonna make this symbol signal that I need to make the infinity spiral of clips that are all floating around, sort of in the void. I already have one part of that intermission where he's my character, or I guess me, it's standing, being teleported into the void, and the clips are all sort of floating upwards towards the infinity symbol. to kind of recreate the. I want to make my own version of the everything bagel from Everything Everywhere All at Once. For me, it's going to be the infinity symbol because that symbol has meant a lot for me personally. I have a painting over here that I'm going to feature probably in the video. I have this big painting where I've spray painted this sort of white and red infinity symbol with like color dripping down from it. See, I've been tagged. It's just the welcome message. So, gotta fill out green boxes with clips. Gotta make the whole thing there, and then I have to figure out acolyte stuff. And then I also have to 3D model the acolyte speaking to the void. And then 3D model, I want to 3D model those TVs for the Dread. Let's see here. So sorry, but I really need to pee again. I swear to God. It's what happens when you sleep for like 11 hours. That's why I have this guy. Keep you company. Let's go back to the prologue. So I need to like get back after peeing and like just focus on this. Now I've made the list so that I don't get overwhelmed. Perfect. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Oh, and something I'm also reminded, I need to put the title sequence. I'll put that in later. Right now I just need to focus on like cutting this. So this ends at everything that matters and placed it on a wonderful mix of existentialist comedy in the shape of a literal everything bagel. A literal everything bagel. Which part of the script is that? On a literal everything bagel. Right, for that I'm going to need a clip. And then we go to nothing. So that's where that ends. The prologue. Wait, so what is all this?
The film made me feel. And as you watch this far into the video, you might get a sense.
Ooh, girl, that doesn't match. Someone wasn't.
Don't look at the times. And as you watch this far into the video, don't look at the times.
Let me just say Control-Shift-G. Hold on a minute.
Just yet.
Wait, is it like this maybe?
far into the video, don't look at the times. And
Don't look at the timestamps. Okay, like this.
this isn't just a recap. And as you watch this far into the video, don't look at the. Anything becomes nothing, and anything becomes.
Okay, let me see if I can find this in the clips because I need to rematch this. This is not matched. Let's see, it's called MH03110. That should be somewhere here. Hold on, where's my... Where the fuck are my, hold on, rolls? No, okay. Can you please... Wait, or is it? Hold on, it's in here. Okay. Everything. Raw video and audio. And I think that will be from the first batch. Here. So it's 3, 1, 0. It's 3, 1, 10. This one. Needs to be rematched. Because that girl, that does not match. Those do not cohere. Hold on a minute. Let me take this. I'll just delete this. And then go here. Because it almost matches. But like it doesn't match. Here. We need...
Sometimes it feels like... I'm not a biologist, but sometimes it feels like...
Okay. Cool. That should match. Did something go wrong?
Pierre and Joy find...
Okay. Here and Joy, blah blah blah. Control Shift G. And then just put this up here.
Evelyn's delicate balance of destruction and the dread is challenged when her daughter Joy...
Yeah, we already have that. So...
If you only watch the If you only watch the first 15 minutes of the movie, if you only watch the first 15 minutes of the movie, you might get a sense.
Does that...
At the tax audit, the body...
That's awfully short.
Mother, wife, daughter, immigrant. Evelyn hopes that work, and more work will feed that deep dark abyss in which she keeps her trauma locked away. Never to be let out, lest the beast that it is might ascend from the depths of her subconsciousness, and turn to ash the very thread that weaves the weak tapestry of her world. Were the tapestry of overwork large enough, the pretty picture perfectly distracts from the worn-out hands of the weaver.
Everything is stress.
Everything is stress. Stress is everything, and everything is nothing.
And then...
The body of Evelyn's husband is taken over by a different version of him.
Hold on. She's gay. And then...
It's the void, the nothing.
Evelyn...
Evelyn's daughter took the key to the realm of the abyss,
the void, the nothing.
She
Opened the gates and threw away the key to let out the beast, the dragon,
the elephant in the room. She's living and breathing the smoke of this vile being as it scorches the threads of the tapestry of trauma. Our only hope is Waymond.
Evelyn's husband, weird, blah blah blah. As you watch this far into the video, do I have that here?
Audit the body.
Ew.
The smoke as he picks up the pieces of the weaver's loose threads.
Bingo. This is the part that I have to get from okay. There's a... Yes. And as you watch this far into the video, you might have caught... okay. Why do I say that then?
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Yeah, that's whatever.
As you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does...
Wait. Hold on, that doesn't belong here, that belongs...
about Pierre, about 14 years old, who decides one...
That does not belong in the prologue. What's that doing here? Oh, that's because I copied in the whole clip here. Control G. Let me just double check that that is in here.
The Pierre is to be seen as a...
Oh. Oh, it's not. Interesting. Let's put that... Nope. Interesting, because that... I think that whole thing... What is this?
This ideal environment for nihilistic growth.
This doesn't belong here. This belongs here. That makes a lot more sense. That's why it doesn't. That I was like, that's way too many clips for the prologue. But here it is.
Anything becomes nothing, and ever
Okay, yes.
delicate balance of distraction and
Dread.
this far into the video, you might get a sense that this isn't just a recap.
Bingo. This is the part that I need.
And as you watch this far into the video, you might get a sense that this isn't just a recap. And as you watch this far into the video, don't look at the times. And as you watch this far into the video, don't look at the timestamps just yet. You might get a sense that this isn't just a recap of a film. It's a recap of how that film made me feel.
That's an okay take. Let's single it out.
This far into the video.
As you watch this far into that, because this part is not good. That's a good take. Let's see. Is there another one here?
And as you watch this far into the video, you might get a sense. And as you watch this far into the video, you might get a sense that this isn't just a recap of a film. It's a recap of how the film made me feel. And I want to share that feeling with you.
That's an okay take too. I do need it to be all the Fs. You might get a feeling that this is a recap of a film. It's a recap of how the film made me feel.
And as you watch this far into the video, don't look at the timestamps just yet. You might get a sense that this isn't just a recap.
Yeah, I don't think I need the joke about like don't look at the timestamp, because that's like a... It's an old joke. It doesn't... Yeah, let me just... Gone.
And as you watch this far into the video, you might get a feel that this isn't just a recap of a film. It's a recap of how the film made me feel. And I want to share that feeling with you.
Bingo, that's a good take. And as you watch this far into the video, which is after the Weaver's threads, that goes... Oh my god. Zoom. That goes...
Pieces of the Weaver's loose threads.
Yes, that goes here. And then if you only watch the first 15 minutes of the movie, is that part in here in the voiceover?
At the tax audit, the body...
Nope. We have to get the... If you only watch the first 15 minutes of the movie, you might think you're watching comedic drama about family trauma. This isn't wrong, but when Evelyn is called for the yearly tax audit, the movie takes a sharp turn. A turn into sci-fi. That part I need to look for. That would be here, probably.
made me feel, and I want to share that feeling with you.
Not a good take. I can already tell.
And I want to share that feeling with you.
I want to share this feeling with you. The other
If you
take
only
was...
watch the first 15 minutes of the movie, you might get a sense, blah, 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 yeah. Tax audit.
Okay.
If you only watch the first 15 minutes of the movie, you might think you're watching a comedic drama about family trauma. This isn't wrong.
I think I can cut this together to be a good take.
If you only watch the first 15 minutes of the movie, you might think that you're watching a comedic drama about family trauma. This isn't wrong.
I don't like how I'm smirking there. I think I'm gonna take this one that's like...
This isn't wrong.
This isn't wrong. Like, I need to take this seriously a bit more. I think we can say cut this out and cut it like this. About family trauma. This isn't wrong, but
trauma. This isn't wrong, but at the tax audit. But when Evelyn is called for the This isn't wrong, but when Evelyn is called for the yearly tax audit, the movie takes a sharp turn.
okay, that could be a good take. That could be a good take. Like
This isn't wrong. This isn't wrong, but when Evelyn is called for the yearly
I like
tax
that it
audit,
is-
the movie
this
takes a sharp turn. A turn into sci-fi.
yes, a turn into sci-fi. I like the hand movements here.
Turn into sci-fi. A turn into sci-fi.
Okay. I like the franticness of this.
This isn't wrong, but when... This isn't wrong, per se, but when Evelyn is called in for the yearly tax audit, the movie takes a sharp turn. Turn into sci-fi.
I think I like this take more because it has a turn and not just turn. Turn into sci-fi. It's what happens when English is not your first language. You kind of forget words here and there. Well, no. Yeah,
This isn't wrong, per se, but when Evelyn...
I like this take more, I think.
This isn't wrong, but when Evelyn is called for the yearly tax audit, the movie takes a sharp turn. A turn into sci-fi.
Turn into sci-fi. That goes hard. Turn into sci-fi. And then the voiceover at the tax audit, whatever. So here, let's take a let's travel all the way back to here. Insert. Yeah, there we go. And now we have the coherent clips. Now, how does that sound together?
Think that you're watching a comedic drama about
About family trauma.
At the tax...
Oh, wait. Hold on, wrong order. This.
If you only watch the first 15 minutes of the movie, you might think that you're watching a comedic drama about family trauma. This isn't wrong, but when Evelyn is called for the yearly tax audit, the movie takes a sharp turn. A turn into sci-fi.
Like the dramatic hand gestures there.
At the tax audit, the body... At the Alpha Universe has discovered... At the tax audit, the body of Evelyn's husband is taken over by a different version of him. At the tax audit, the body of Evelyn's husband is taken over by a different version of him. The Alpha Universe has discovered interversal travel, and with it, a force of darkness that this Evelyn is the only person who can help them destroy. Jobu Tubaki has been searching universe after universe, executing every Evelyn she could find. She wants everything and will stop at nothing to bring chaos across the multiverse. It's not only her ability to travel between...
Okay, that's a good take, I think. If I go, just remove that.
At the tax audit, the body of Evelyn's husband is taken over by a different version of him. The Alpha Universe has discovered interversal travel, and with it, a force of darkness that this Evelyn is the only person who can help them destroy. Jobu Tubaki has been
Right, Jobu Tubaki, which is hard to say because it's a nonsense word. It's a nonsense name. That's kind of the whole point.
Jobu Tubaki has been searching universe after universe, executing every Evelyn she could find. She wants everything and will stop at nothing to bring chaos across the multiverse. It's not only her ability to travel between universes, the snap of her finger. She's invested in a statement piece of cosmic proportions. As the movie progresses, we learn that Jobu is Joy and Joy is Jobu. Jobu has been taking all meaning, everything that matters, and placed it on a wonderful mix of existentialist comedy in the shape of a literal everything bagel.
Yeah, which is an important detail that I didn't get in the two other renditions of this video, is that it's an everything bagel. I just didn't realize because I'm not American. That's the joke, that she puts everything on a bagel because it's an everything bagel. When you put everything, truly everything, on a bagel, you have a nothing bagel essentially, because there's no. I mean, it's very mixing like absurd humor and existentialism here. I mean, it's to be expected when you get this like movie about existentialism from the same guys who directed the music video for Turn Down for What, which is such an absurd like situation to be in the first place. So it's not only her ability to travel between blah blah blah, everything bagel, and then insert clip. Hold on, I need to make space the clips.
It's not only her ability.
It's not only.
Jobu Tubaki has been searching universe after universe, executing every
Everything
evidence
she could find.
She wants everything and will stop at nothing to bring chaos across the multiverse. It's not only her ability to travel between universes, the snap of her finger. She's invested in a statement piece of cosmic proportions.
Bingo. That's where we cut to the clip of Alpha Waymond, explaining this thing that she's been creating, and then you insert a clip there. Yeah. Okay.
It's not only her ability to...
We already have all that. So I think that's all we need for that section. And then all this is just not really needed. Yeah, that's good.
all that one. Far into the video, you might sense that this isn't a recap of a film.
Yeah, I already have that, don't I? Hold on.
And as you watch this far into the video, you might get a feel that this isn't just a recap of a film. It's a recap of how the film made me feel. And I want to share that feeling with you.
Yeah, that's gonna be like 5 minutes prologue. Feeling this video is gonna be at least 1.5 hours. But we'll see when we're done in a couple of months. So we can delete all this. That's kind of crazy. This is the process. You know, you film this much, and then you use this much. But then I add this much of like clips from the movies. So, and interviews with the author, etc. Right, now we get to nothing. So, when I was 13, I read nothing. I didn't read anything. Alright, let's see here. And then we once again need a noise suppressor on the clip. Because girl. Is that humming noise?
13, I read nothing. When I was 13, I read nothing. When I was 13, I read nothing by Jan Teller. When I was 13, I read nothing by Jenna Tiller. When I was 13, I read nothing by Jenna Tiller.
That's an okay take, I think.
When I was 13, I read nothing by Jenna Tiller.
That's an okay take.
A novella about Pierre. A novella about Pierre, about 14 years old.
Yeah, because then I cut to the
And
movie.
if nothing matters,
So that would be this, maybe?
a bike that was begged for.
Mm.
Decides one day that nothing matters.
Mm-hmm.
A novella about Pierre, about 14 years old, who decides one day that nothing matters. And if nothing matters, school doesn't matter, so why go?
Yeah, this is good. This is good. Good takes. Good takes.
Agnes, who's been narrating,
Uh-huh.
once in a while I take it out.
I gaze at it.
Now that the pile... As the others in the pact start to fall like domino pieces,
Why do I have 2 takes of that? Shouldn't that be in here?
because prepared fall. She yells the emotional impact.
Uh-huh.
Nothing matters. Nothing. Nothing matters. Nothing but the pile of meaning. I already said that. As the others in the pact start to fall like domino pieces, the pile of emotions overflow. The students start to violently attack each other.
Mm-hmm. That goes all the way over here, I think. Because this is the intro. Paste it over there. What happened there? Oh, it's long. That's why. Because the thing is, the first rendition of the script, not the first, the second, the most recent rendition of this video was 1 hour and 15 minutes. The first rendition was like 35 minutes. And I have a feeling this one is going to be 1.5 hours just because I have written more. Like, I haven't really cut that much out of the length. And I'm adding some, like, interviews with the author of one of the books, which is relevant to the discussion.
Decides one day that nothing matters. A novella about Pierre, about 14 years old,
We already have that. So let's maybe just cut.
take turns. You can skip to this.
Right, the trigger warnings. I have to cut that here to see, like, where does it begin? Because this one has a lot of them.
Something does matter, they assume in confidence. Something does matter, they assume in confidence. They enter a pact. They start a chain. They take turns. As you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this video take?
Right, as you might have guessed from the start of this video, what turn does this story take? I need that clip.
When I was 13, I read...
That's whatever.
Yeah, now that the meaning of... Now that the pile of timestamps in the description, or sometimes it works, use the timestamps below for gore, animal cruelty.
Right.
Gore, animal...
I need the, as you might have guessed.
You might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take? As you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take? As you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take?
I think, pest or cholera.
Trigger warnings.
Yeah, so let's see here.
As you might have guessed from the story, as you might have guessed from the structure of this video, as you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take?
That's an okay take. I mean, it's gonna be a little bit goofy, no matter what, which is...
As you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take? As you might have guessed
No, that's too condescending. I'm gonna delete that.
from this, as you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take?
Maybe.
As you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take?
I think that's an okay take. Hold on.
As you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take?
Versus.
Guessed from the structure of
Versus.
as you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take?
Yeah, no, that's too messy. I have to like eliminate.
As you might have guessed from the story, as you might have guessed,
Yeah, no, that's a bad take no matter what. So we have 2 takes left.
as you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take?
What turn does this story take? I think that's too goofy. It's gonna have to be this one. Yeah.
As you might have guessed from the structure of this video, what turn does this story take? Trigger warnings for gore, animal.
And then we come in with the trigger warnings. Which, by the way, for those who are watching, there's going to be trigger warnings now.
Trigger warnings for gore, animal cruelty, sexual violence, and death.
And don't worry, these are not going to be on screen right now. It's just that you might hear a clip of me talking about something like that.
Well, trigger warnings for gore, animal cruelty, sexual violence, and death. You can skip to the next chapter.
Okay, that's an okay take of the trigger warnings, I think.
Well, trigger warnings for gore, animal cruelty, sexual violence, and death.
And death. That's a good take. And then
You can skip to the next chapter. As I've been doing with my other videos.
the good take of this is going to be later in the video.
If you're on PC, you can sort of find them on the red bar.
It's way too convoluted.
Find timestamps in the description. You can find timestamps in the description to guide you to when this section. You can use the timestamps in the description to guide you as to when this section will. Jesus Christ! I'm so sorry, Editing Atlas. Editing Atlas will have to hear me burping once in a while. I have acid reflux issues. Just like most of my other video. Just as always, if I have trigger warnings, you can find them. Just like in my other videos, you can use the timestamps in the description, or sometimes it works. Just like my other videos, you can use the timestamps. If you're on PC, you can find them. If you're on PC, you can find them sort of down here. Just like in my other videos, you can use the timestamps in the description, or sometimes it works. If you're on PC, you can find them sort of down here on the bar.
The bar, yeah, that's okay. And then
If you're on PC, you can sort of find them on the red bar here.
I think that's good, like instructing people to use the bar. And that it's red. Because, don't want to trigger
If
people.
you're on mobile, you can find them in the description. Or alternatively, you can skip to this timestamp.
Yeah, and then
Or alternatively, you can skip to this timestamp if I remember to edit it in.
a little stumbly. Do I have a second take of that?
Or alternatively, you can
Good.
skip to this timestamp if I remember to edit it in. That's a reminder. Remember to edit it in. Edit it in. I forget it every time. Can this be the time that I remember? Please, Editing Atlas, I beg you. I'm having a crash out.
Okay. Okay, cool. I'll refine that later, I think, because this is what I needed. So we have, okay,
You can find timestamps in.
so we have like,
As you might have guessed from the structure of this video,
uh,
what turn does this story take? Well, trigger warnings.
uh-huh.
Like in my other videos, you can use the.
So,
Just like in my other videos, you can use the timestamps in the description. If you're on PC, you can sort of find them on the red bar here. If you're on mobile, you can find them in the description. Or alternatively, you can skip to this timestamp if I remember.
if I remember to edit it in, because I do want a little bit of humor in here, just so like, make it more.
Here, if you're on mobile, you can find them in the description. Or alternatively, you can skip to this timestamp if I remember to edit it in. That's a reminder. Remember to edit it in. I forget it every time. Can this be the time that I remember? Please, Editing Atlas, I beg you. I'm having a crash out.
Okay. That goes in somewhere here. Let's just paste it in here. And just make it a group. No, because we need it to go in a specific spot here.
Item of meaning chooses the next person.
Nope. Much earlier.
He skips school and crawls up in a plum tree. As you might have guessed from the structure of.
So I'm gonna guess from the start of this video.
Pierre's classmate.
Pierre's classmates. So this is where we want it to come in. All the trigger warnings for that section. Because that's just how it's gonna be with my videos. It's gonna be rare that I'm gonna make like a lighthearted video because I don't have a lighthearted life. And the world is not very lighthearted right now, so just, but I guess that's also part of the point of the video is to kind of show that to kind of communicate this in an artistic way.
This is gonna like.
Okay, this is
The person. Sorry.
Sure.
When I was there.
Yeah, this is out, out. And then we have all this. And then
I take it out and I gaze at it. And when I carefully open the worn down cardboard box and peek into the grey ashes, I get this unusual feeling in my stomach.
okay. Also, I need to pee again. Because then we need the clips of me saying, I think the death of Pierre is to be seen as a metaphorical death. Which I think we have, like, here, somewhere. This is a perfect screen to, like, be right back on. Fucking pointing. I want you to feel something. Anything. Just... let's see here. So we need the
Now that the pile of meaning is to be sold as an art piece,
nope, we already have that.
the Danish word is dunge, which I do not.
Right. This section is gonna be so much longer than the original, so that I give I give its due.
So a quick sidebar. So a quick sidebar on the usage of the word pile in my. So a quick sidebar here on the on. So a quick sidebar in case you've read the official English translation of this book. So a quick sidebar in case you've actually read the English translation of this book. I know now that in that version, the pile is actually named a heap because the Danish word dunge and not bunge. Because
Yeah, something as well that I feel like I should address, because it does kind of, it's important for the whole analysis
so a quick
here.
sidebar in case you've read the official English translation of this book. So a quick sidebar in
Yeah, I need to pick up the book. Pick up that book.
So a quick sidebar in case you've actually read the English translation of this book. I know now.
And I'm gonna fine tune this cutting a little bit later because there's a lot of pauses there.
Because the Danish word is dunge, which I do now realize, as I'm saying it aloud, that that is not a pile. But I think personally that pile gets along what we are meaning here.
Gets along. Oh, I love being a Danish, not a native English speaker. It's like, that's not. It's called get across, not get along, which doesn't even make sense in Danish either. I don't know why. No idea what.
Just a sidebar.
Okay, we have somewhere takes.
Just a sidebar in the chance. Just a sidebar in case there's someone who's watching this who might have actually read the English translation of this.
That's a better take, I think. Let's start there.
I have learned since I wrote this entire section that in the English translation, it's technically translated to heap and not pile of meaning.
That's a good take. Because I discovered this when I was watching an English-speaking interview with the Danish author, and she called it the heap of meaning, and I was like, the heap? The fuck is that word?
Personally, for this video, it's gonna make more sense if I say pile.
Yeah, cause it's a word that's sort of in Danish. It makes sense that she wouldn't say the pile of meaning because bunken af betydning is gonna be too much like a circus kind of vibe. It's gonna be too goofy, whereas dung is a bit more. That's like in Danish. That's not a heap. Dunge is it's the compost. It's the it's why you have it's the Old Norse that influenced the word dung in English, because dunge is originally like I guess mjøding, which just means the ferment, the compost, the shit pile, you know, the heap of shit, whatever you call that, in the place in a barn where you would have all the, not in a place, but like at a farm, like the corner of the farm where you would have all the like animal poop and all the like the leftover from like cutting your trees and stuff like that, you would put in a pile in a heap, which would become like the dung pile, yeah, which is why you get like dung beetles and dung fly and like, yeah. Anywho,
I think personally for this video, it's gonna make more sense if I say pile, because heap is.
No, I'm not exactly clear, I think, in this clip, like why I'm gonna say
is at least among the youth, which I'm still somewhat of a part of, although I am closer to 30 than I am to 20, I would say that most people would. I would say.
Yeah, that I do make a good point here. I think that like most people wouldn't use the word heap. Like that doesn't communicate it as well as a pile.
I would say that it makes more. I would say that it makes more sense in my context to call it a pile. I think it makes more sense that I thought of it as a pile, and this video is about what I thought of. I thought of it as a pile.
Hold on.
Makes more sense that
Then cut. Oh my God. This is why you script things, kids. Don't do unscripted shit. It's difficult to edit.
I thought of it as a pile, and since this video is about my impression of the movie, I'm just gonna keep it as pile, but I want to acknowledge that the official translation is heap.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge that like the author, because the author, and I'm probably going to insert a clip of her talking about the translations, because she does talk about that in one of the interviews, that she didn't just translate the book is the thing. She, in a lot of cases, assisted in rewriting it for different languages because, you can't just. I have a really good clip of her the author of this book, talking about like you can't just translate this particular book because it's about a Danish class of students. So allegedly I've heard that in the English version of in the British version it's a British class of students. In the Turkish, I think she was talking about like in the Turkish version or something, it's a group of like Muslim students. And there's a lot of these things that are a lot of the objects on the list and the names are supposedly changed because there's a lot of like there's also some historical and cultural context. For example, the fact that Pierre's the main sort of the main character, but not really. His parents are a specific brand of Danish hippies, which of course is not going to apply to all other countries. And I found that really interesting, and I want to deep dive. I want to do separate videos just about these movies because you can deep dive so much into like these rich universes. But that's not neither here nor there. Because the point of the video is not to deep dive too much into these works. It's more of to pull them together to make a coherent point. And I just don't have. If I had to go deep into all of them, the video would be like 3 hours, and I'm not doing that.
You can also call it the heap of meaning, but I just think it sounds.
Yeah, that's whatever. We end the clip there, I think.
Is heap.
Yeah. Okay.
But I just think it sounds.
Yeah, blah blah blah. It doesn't really matter if I personally think it sounds better. Not what it's about.
I think
it's about the fact that I made the analysis thinking, well, it's a pile, right? With my Danish like cultural context of like, okay, I'm a young person in the 2020s, and I was, when she wrote this, I was a kid, so like. I'm very much one of those kids that this book is about. Like I'm in that kind of I'm in the loop when it comes to that. So if I as a young person would be more inclined to translate it to pile, I'm gonna translate it to pile. It's also because she wrote the book. It was published in like 1999, so it makes sense that the translation would probably be different today.
However, that translation was made 25 years ago, and nowadays I think it would make more sense to call it a pile of meaning, at least if you're trying to appeal to teenagers.
Yeah, that's whatever.
Just know that I'm calling it the pile of meaning for my own sake.
Yeah.
Anywho, just know.
Yeah, anywho, just know that I'm calling it in case it's confusion, because some people might seek it out or have read for class, at least in the UK. I've heard about some teachers in the UK, for example, have put their students through the English version of this book, and in the English version it's called The Heap. So just to avoid confusion, because I'm going to talk a lot about the pile of meaning, like, and people might go, what the fuck do you mean a pile of meaning? It's a heap, isn't it?
For my own sake.
Okay.
Just know that I'm calling it the pile of meaning, and I know that that's not the right translation, but just know that I call it the pile of meaning, and I just know that I know that the pile of meaning is the wrong translation.
The
but I'm
wrong,
gonna
the
do it
wrong,
anyways
the wrong
because
translation. The wrong. Hold on.
I'm gonna do it. But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, don't be snarky, girl. Just be serious.
Just know that I'm calling it the pile of meaning for my own sake.
I actually want to keep this because otherwise it's gonna be cut off too fast. I think.
Just know that I know.
Yeah, that's whatever. I don't want to be like, that's not that I know. It's not the right translation or whatever. And with this, I also have to pee again. The downside about ADHD meds is that you have to pee all the time. The upside is that I can't do video editing at all. You don't want to see the videos that I did without ADHD meds. Most of them. Granola bars for. Also, we are listening to some of the main like music I'm gonna put in the background of the video, and also very much like front and center in some places. It's an 18-minute track that I stumbled upon the other day by a Twitch streamer who makes music that is like DMCA free. And most of it is like medium quality, but this one, he did like an experiment, like doing something else than what he usually does, and it came out great. It's exactly what I've been looking for the past 3 years. Because I've been looking for like some royalty-free music that would fit the seriousness of this without it being too corny and without it being too loud and too... And this is perfect. Like it had to be like complex enough, but not too complex. And this is just like right there.
Still somewhat of a part of, although I am closer to 30 than I am to 20.
Okay, so
it's a sidebar in case there's someone who is watching this who might have actually read the English translation of this. I have learned since I wrote this entire section that in the English translation, it's technically translated to heap and not pile of meaning. But I think personally for this video, it's gonna make more sense if I say pile, because heap is, at least among the youth, which I'm still somewhat of a part of, although I am closer to 30 than I am to 20, I think it makes more sense that I thought of it as a pile, and since this video is about my impression of the movie, I'm just gonna keep it as pile, but I want to acknowledge that the official translation is heap. Anywho, just know that I'm calling it the pile of meaning for my own sake.
So this all goes into one. I'm gonna make it a group a little bit and take it over here. So I guess we could do that after I start.
The person who gives an item of meaning, something does matter. The person who gives an item of meaning chooses the next person and what they must give away to the pile.
Go away to the pile.
Let's grow obsessed with showing him that everything is not nothing. Something does matter, they assume in confidence. Something does matter, they assume in confidence. They enter a pact. They start a chain. They take turns. The person who gives an item of meaning chooses the next person and what they must give away to the pile.
Okay, so here, quick sidebar. And I wonder if it would make sense to actually have this clip twice, just to get people back on track, I think. To be like...
Turns. The person who gives an item of meaning chooses the next person and what they must give away to the pile. Just a sidebar in case there's someone who is watching this who might have actually read the English translation of this. I have learned since I wrote this entire section that in the English translation, it's technically translated to heap and not pile of meaning. But I think personally for this video, it's gonna make more sense if I say pile, because heap is, at least among the youth, which I'm still somewhat of a part of, although I am closer to 30 than I am to 20, I think it makes more sense that I thought of it as a pile, and since this video is about my impression of the movie, I'm just going to keep it as pile, but I want to acknowledge that the official translation is heap. Anywho, just know that I'm calling it the pile of meaning for my own sake. The The person who gives an item of meaning chooses the next person and what they must.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think we need the Oh. It keeps wanting to wipe. I'm like, no. I'm fine.
The person who gives an item of meaning chooses the next person and what they must give to the pile. It begins with an innocent intent, a prized collection of books, a pair of expensive sandals, a bike that was begged for.
So then we get into the list of things that are trigger warnings for. We don't need to go in that right now.
He cannot allow himself to be.
Okay, he can allow himself to be impressed. And I think that would be the end of that section. Oh, right, and then, okay, right, I know where we are. Then I think the death of Pierre is, and is that over here? That's probably going to be in here, right?
And what they must give away to the pile. The process of puberty creates this. The process of puberty creates this ideal environment for nihilistic revelations.
Okay. But where's my... I think the death of Pierre. Huh.
The process of puberty creates an ideal
Environment
environment
for nihilistic revelations.
I am by no means an expert in this, but sometimes to me it feels like
Puberty is
but to me, Pierre and Joy find themselves in this juxtaposition between childlike wonder and the looming coldness of adulthood. Joy and Pierre find themselves in this juxtaposition between childlike wonder and the looming coldness of adulthood. But it's not just about puberty, isn't it? We must venture further into the void. But it's not just about puberty, isn't it? We must venture further into the void. But it's not just about puberty, isn't it? We must venture further into the void.
We must venture further into the void. Okay, so we have that part. But I still need the, Is that going to be here? I wonder. Because this...
Up until this point, you have experienced life through the lens of childhood innocence, but as you're slowly introduced to snippets of how adults do things...
Okay.
Pierre's classmates grow obsessed with showing him that something is not nothing. The person who gives an item of meaning...
Where's the... Did I do that as a voiceover? Is it here?
As the others in the pact start to fall like domino pieces, the pile burns to the ground, taking Pierre with it. At the same night, the old shed where they stored the pile...
That's where this ends, right?
I know that something has meaning, and I know that meaning is not something to poke fun at, is it, Pierre?
Yeah, that's where the quote ends, but then we need, like, I think the death of Pierre is...
Now that the pile of meaning is to be sold...
Nope.
As the others in the pact start to fall like... for the dead nihilist. So a note on...
Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for.
I think the death of Pierre
Bingo.
is to be seen as... I think the death of Pierre is to be seen as a metaphorical death. Pierre represents the nihilist. Pierre represents the nihilist urge. Pierre, conclusion that nothing matters. You'll be unable to ascend into adulthood. You'll be unable to get past puberty.
We can put this over here. Also, I'm getting Discord messages. And if Mara is going to go live, I think we're just going to go over there. Tomorrow's Marv. Ooh! Tomorrow is Marv's affiliate anniversary. Ooh, cool. Okay.
I think the death of
I think the death of Pierre is to be seen as metaphorical. And then, where does that end?
a really hard time getting past puberty and ascending into adulthood. You're gonna have a really hard...
Okay, so at least I have that. And then the students must.
I think the death of Pierre is to be seen as a... I think
Okay.
as a metaphorical death. And so does the writer.
Mm-hmm.
Pierre represents the nihilistic urge to declare that nothing matters. In doing so, he spits in the face of everyone who has put their blood, sweat, and tears into something. If you're unable to get past the conclusion that nothing matters, it's going to be really hard to get past puberty and descend into adulthood. Pierre represents the nihilistic urge. Pierre represents that inner urge to declare that nothing matters, to question everything and anything. But in doing so with indelicacy, he spits in the face of anyone who has ever put their blood, sweat, and tears into something.
Yes, this is a good take. And then,
If you're unable to get past this conclusion,
uh-huh.
the students must kill their inner Pierre, or at least curb him. The students must,
Okay.
to remind herself that questioning the meaning of life is a delicate matter that should be done, but should be done so delicately.
Boom.
The students must kill the students
Oh, so they just hold this
years
whole.
later after the book was published.
That's just this whole part. Really. Actually. Which is not concerning that this is like 15 minutes and the original one was like 8. That's fine.
Pierre is to be seen as a metaphorical death.
Okay. And then
Able to get past this if you're unable to get this,
you're unable to get past. So,
I think the death of Pierre is to be seen as a I think the death of Pierre is to be seen as a
I think the death of Pierre is to be seen as a metaphorical death. Okay. That's where it starts. I think the death of Pierre is to be seen as metaphorical death.
I think the death of Pierre is to be seen as a metaphorical death.
Metaphorical death.
And so does the writer. Pierre represents the nihilistic urge to declare that nothing matters.
Pierre represents the nihilistic urge to declare that nothing matters.
Pierre is to be seen as a metaphorical death. Pierre represents the nihilistic urge to declare that nothing matters. In doing so, he spits in the face of everyone.
Yeah, and this is where I need the more like cutthroat part.
If you're unable to get past the conclusion that nothing matters,
Like the one where I like went off.
Pierre represents that inner urge to declare that nothing matters, to question everything and anything. But in doing so with indelicacy, he spits in the face of anyone who has ever put their blood, sweat, and tears into something.
This is totally not directed at my ex. Holy shit. I can like feel it in my words like, oh yeah, that's what my ex was like.
Pierre represents the inner urge to question everything and declare that nothing makes any sense. But in doing so indelicately, he spits in the face of anyone who has ever put blood, sweat, and tears into something. Pierre represents the inner nihilistic urge to question everything and declare that nothing. Pierre represents the inner urge. Pierre represents that inner nihilistic urge to question everything and thereby conclude that nothing makes any sense. In doing so indelicately, When he does so indelicately, he ends up spitting in the face of anyone who has ever put blood, sweat, and tears into something. When he does that indelicately, he ends up spitting in the face of anyone and everyone who has ever put their blood, sweat, and tears into something.
Right, blood, sweat, tears. That's the one I need where I'm like 1, 2, 3. I really have been getting into like hand movements in my videos lately. It really helps hammer home the point and make me speak more dynamically as if I was telling a story. Not as if, because I am telling a story.
He does that indelicately. He ends up...
When he does that, hold on. Would it be like this?
When he does that...
When he does that. Okay, so like this.
Nothing makes any sense.
Nothing makes any sense. When he does that indelicately. Hold on.
Pierre represents that inner nihilistic urge to question everything and thereby conclude that nothing makes any sense. When he does that indelicately, he ends up spitting in the face of anyone and everyone who has ever put their blood, sweat, and tears into something.
And that is the point I really wanted to make about Pierre, is that he is right, but he's also doing it in a way that is destructive and ends up killing him. And ends up like tearing these students apart and traumatizing them. But again, the writer also comments on that in the interview, so, you know.
Pierre represents...
Yeah, Pierre, whatever. This is the good take.
The death of Pierre is to be seen as a metaphorical death.
It's a metaphorical death.
Pierre represents
The inner nihilistic urge to question everything. Yes. Okay.
If you're unable to get past this if you're unable to get this
That's probably here.
if you're unable to get past the nothing matters conclusion, it's going to be really hard to get past if you have a hard time getting past the nothing matters conclusion, you're going to have a really hard time getting past puberty and advance into adulthood.
And then I think I corrected myself because I was like, advance? Maybe not.
The students must kill their inner Pierre. The students...
Oh, okay, that is the take, I think.
If you have a hard time getting past... If you have a hard time getting past the nothing matters conclusion, you're going to have a really hard time getting past puberty and advance into adulthood.
Advance into adulthood. Uh-huh. Oh, advance in adulthood. I think that I like that alliteration there. AD.
If you're unable to...
Yeah, that's whatever.
It's going to be really hard to get past puberty and advance into adulthood. If you have a hard time getting past the nothing matters conclusion, you're going to have a really hard time getting past puberty and advance into adulthood.
Yes, okay.
Ever put their blood, sweat...
Bingo. Put the blood, sweat, and tears into something.
Students must curb... The students must kill their inner Pierre, or at least curb him.
Or at least curb him. I like that take, I think. Or at least curb him. Like, because we're saying curb with a weight to that word here. You know, like, I'm putting some weight behind
Students must burn... The students end up killing not just Pierre, but their inner Pierre. Although you could argue that...
Inner Pierre. Fire. Literal fire, because they burn.
Although you could argue that Agnes is the mature one, although you could argue that Agnes is really the mature one because she carries a small matchbox of his ashes with her.
Yes. Do I have a second take of that? I think it looks like
throughout her life, like, for the rest of her life. Although you could argue that Agnes is really the mature one because she keeps a matchbox of his ashes on her for the rest of her life. She kind of, to remind herself.
This is the good take. Okay.
For the rest of her life.
To remind herself. Oh, this music is going to be so good in the background. I'm so excited to put it in.
To remind herself that questioning the meaning of life is a delicate matter that should be done, but should be done so delicately.
Should be done, but should be done so delicately. You know?
The students must kill their inner Pierre. Although you could argue that Agnes is really the mature one because she keeps a matchbox of his ashes on her for the rest of her life, to remind her that questioning the meaning of life is something you should do, but you should do so delicately without pissing everyone off.
Without pissing, I think that one goes harder, actually. I like mixing like 80% like serious colored language, like not color, what is it? Painting language, colorful language, and then sprinkle in the like without pissing everyone off. Because it really makes the like some things stand out more. So this clip is
Although you could argue,
so that starts here.
although you
Here, because I also like that this is a coherent clip, that I don't have to
although
like
you
cut
could
between
argue
two.
that Agnes is really the mature one because she keeps a matchbox of his ashes on her for the rest of her life, to remind her that questioning the meaning of life is something you should do, but you should do so delicately without pissing everyone off.
Without pissing everyone off. I really like that, like, we've talked a lot of serious stuff, and then I go without pissing anyone off. Because really, that's what he ends up doing, is like students are like, yeah, you're right, but like also don't do it like that. Like, have some respect.
Like, you should have a matchbox of Pierre, but you shouldn't have a full-on Pierre, if that makes sense. Like, you should have you should carry a small matchbox of a Pierre, but you should not keep a full-on Pierre.
That's the point, is that Pierre is not a person. He's a symbol of, like, if you need to advance into adulthood, you do need to, like, Agnes is really the successful one because she keeps the matchbox, but has, like, they've curbed him. Because that's yeah, it's because the book itself is a commentary on puberty and the meaning of life and adulthood and all that stuff.
And after I wrote this, I found out that this isn't just me.
Yeah, because then, lo and behold, the good thing about making a third installment of this video is that 3 months ago, she was interviewed, the author was interviewed on a live stream, at an event in fucking Georgia, not the US, but the country of Georgia next to Russia, in fucking Tbilisi, for some reason. And a full English interview, like an hour and a half long, where she talks about the book, and she says everything I say. So I'm like, oh boy, it's a good day to be a video essayist.
I found out that this isn't just...
Okay, so this goes here.
Like you should have...
Here, you should have
a matchbox of a Pierre, but you should not keep a full-on Pierre. Like, you should have a matchbox of Pierre, but you shouldn't have a full-on Pierre, if that makes sense. Like, you should have yeah,
I like that, if that makes sense. Because that's, you know...
You should carry a small matchbox.
Do I also make that?
You should have a matchbox of Pierre, but you shouldn't have a full-on Pierre, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you need to, like... it's healthy, basically, to have the ability to question things, but it's also healthy to not question everything all the time, to, like, give yourself some leniency.
And after I wrote this, here's a clip of the author, 25... After I wrote this, I found out that this isn't just me who thinks this. Here's a clip of the author
Yeah, and then I got gonna get confirmed. Like, also what the author thinks of the book.
Recently. Here's a clip of the author recently talking about this exact thing.
There's a clip of the author talking about that exact thing. I think that's okay.
Here's a clip of the author 25 years later talking about this exact thing I'm bringing up. Talking about this exact thing I'm bringing up.
It's an okay take. Do we have more takes?
Here's a clip of the author 25 years later after the book was published.
Oh, I feel like that's a good take.
Here's an actually like recent clip of the author talking about this exact thing.
That's an okay clip. Hold on.
Here's an actually like recent.
Kind of stumbly. Hold on.
Here's an actually like recent clip of the author talking about this exact thing.
That's an okay take. I don't like that there's like, here's a like recent clip. That's a little bit too unprofessional, but it's fine. It's a video, YouTube video, not in assertion. Because what's the other, this clip, this take?
Here's a clip of the author recently talking about this exact thing.
Recently talking? Don't like that.
After I wrote this, I found out that this isn't just me who thinks. Here's a clip of the author 25 years later talking about this exact thing I'm bringing up. Exact thing I'm 25 years later. Here's an actually like recent clip of the author talking about this exact thing.
That works, because I don't need to mention that it's 25 years later.
Just me who thinks this. Here's an actually like recent clip of the author talking about this exact thing.
This is fine. Again, I need to stop being a perfectionist. Otherwise, this video is never going to be made. You know, it's never going to be done. So here we have, okay, and then we get to it's not just puberty, isn't it? We must venture further into the void. Which is, God. What is all this?
Meaning is to be so.
I
have that. Up until this point, you've experienced
okay.
For nihilistic revelations. Up until this point,
wait, hold on.
I think the death of Pierre is to.
Okay, so I think the death of Pierre. Delicate matter. Oh, and then after we have the clip of the author, we then go to the process of puberty creates.
The process of puberty creates.
Bingo. So all of this is
this video. What turn does this start?
Yeah, I don't need. This is too goofy. Right.
Trigger warnings for gore, animal cruelty, sexual violence, and death.
That's too goofy. I already have a good take for that. Good. Not delete this yet because I don't know what it is. I need this.
The process of puberty creates this ideal environment. Up until this point, you have experienced life. The process of puberty creates this ideal environment for nihilistic revelations. Up until this point, you have experienced. The process of puberty creates. The process of puberty creates an ideal environment for nihilistic revelations. The process of puberty creates an ideal environment for nihilistic revelations. Up until this point, you have experienced.
I think I like this take more because I look.
The process of puberty creates this ideal environment for nihilistic revelation.
Because I look more into the camera here. Whereas, like.
The process of puberty creates an ideal environment for nihilistic revelation.
And I don't there, so that's. No. Take that. And then.
The process of puberty creates an ideal environment for nihilistic revelations.
That's an okay take too.
Up until this point, you have experienced life through the eyes of... Hold on. Up until this point, you have experienced life through the lens of childhood innocence, but as you're slowly introduced to...
Okay.
The process of puberty creates an ideal environment for nihilistic revelations.
Okay. That's an okay take too.
Up until this point, you've experienced life through the lens...
I would have liked a little bit more energy in that take, but it's fine.
Yeah, childhood innocence. Up until this point, you've experienced the world through the lens of childhood Up until this point, you've experienced life through the lens of childhood innocence. And as you're faced with snippets of how adults do things, but as you're slowly introduced to snippets of how adults do things, you're naturally pushed to conclude that nothing makes any sense.
Okay take.
Up until this point, you've experienced life through the lens of childhood innocence. And as you're faced with snippets of how adults do things, but as you're slowly introduced to snippets...
Here?
Up until this point, you've experienced life through the lens of childhood innocence. But as you're slowly introduced to snippets of how adults do things, you're naturally pushed to conclude that nothing makes any sense.
Yeah, you're naturally pushed to conclude.
Sometimes it feels like... I'm not a biologist, but sometimes...
Yeah, okay, so this might be the take.
At this point, you've experienced life through the lens of childhood.
Not a good take. Here.
Up until this point, you have experienced life through the eyes of... Up until this point, you have experienced life through the lens of childhood innocence, but as you're slowly introduced to snippets of how adults do things, you're naturally pushed to conclude that nothing makes any sense.
Yeah, that was a good take, but I don't look at the
Up
cameras.
until this point, you've experienced life through the lens of childhood innocence, but as you're slowly introduced to snippets of how adults do things, you're naturally pushed to conclude that nothing makes any sense.
That part. So here.
The process of puberty creates this ideal environment for nihilistic revelations. The process of puberty creates an ideal environment for nihilistic revelations. The process of puberty creates an ideal environment for nihilistic revelations.
I think the first take
The
is
process of puberty creates this ideal environment for nihilistic revelations.
Yeah, I think this is the best take that we have. There's nothing else to do about that.
The process of puberty creates...
Alright, and then there's going to be some interview stuff from the author.
The process of puberty creates this ideal environment for nihilistic revelations. Up until this point, you've experienced life through the lens of childhood innocence, but as you're slowly introduced to snippets of how adults do things, you're naturally pushed to conclude that nothing makes any sense.
Nothing makes any sense, and then I talk about like it feels like puberty is like a biologically engineered.
I don't have no expertise in... To me, it feels like, on a philosophical level, that puberty is this biologically is this but to me, I am by no means an expert in any of this, like biology or evolutionary biology, but to me, on a philosophical level and cultural level, it feels like puberty is this biologically engineered cultural catalyst, a control group for the construction of society. A control group for the construction of society. A control group for the very construction of society.
Cut that together here. So
I am by no means an expert in any of this, like biology or evolutionary biology, but to me, on a philosophical level and cultural level, it feels like puberty is this biologically engineered cultural catalyst, a control group for the very construction of society. Pierre and Joy find
That part. Get that part over here. That's a good take. Nope, stop. There we go.
puberty creates this ideal environment for nihilistic revelations. Up until this point, a construction of society.
Control group for the very construction of society, like a temperature check on everything that we're doing. And it's an inevitable temperature check no matter how much conservative shit you can put into politics or in the world. Puberty is just always going to be a thing. It's like inevitable for now. I mean, we can of course evolve in a couple of thousand years to not need puberty, but as it stands right now, we need puberty as a society.
The looming coldness of adulthood. Pierre and Joy find themselves in this juxtaposition between childlike wonder and the looming coldness of adulthood. Joy and Pierre find themselves in this juxtaposition between childlike wonder and the looming coldness of adulthood.
It's that exact juxtaposition I've been in, and that's what the video is about. Kind of, but not really.
It's not just about puberty, isn't it? We must venture.
Bingo. But it's not just about puberty.
Joy and Pierre find themselves in this juxtaposition
between childlike wonder
and the looming coldness of adulthood.
Then I need the good take of like, it's not just about puberty.
About puberty, isn't it? We must venture further into the void. But it's not just about puberty, isn't it? We must venture further into the void. But it's not just about puberty, isn't it? We must venture further into the void.
That take. Really like that take. Bingo. We must venture further into the void. That marks the end of that section. Bingo. And that is so far 11 minutes. Woo! So that means so far we have we already have 15 minutes, and I've only just sorted 2 smaller sections out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Let's do the quick math on that. So if we have an average of, say, 7.5 minutes per section, and we have 15 sections, did I have 6? Yeah. 5 plus 8 plus 2. Yeah, 15 sections. That's gonna be, wait, that was not, okay, 7.5 times, hey Miku, welcome in. Oh god, this is gonna be a long video. That's 112 minutes estimated, which is probably gonna be more like 105 minutes divided by 60 is... What am I getting into? What have I gotten myself into, guys? Okay. This is... okay. I have to promise to myself right here, right now, we're documenting it live on stream, I will not make a video essay of this length ever again. Like, oh, I know, right? I really like what the lighting looked like there. Let's see here. Because this is... I mean, the rendering alone of this is going to be like an entire day I have to like put in my calendar just for rendering. Like, don't Atlas, if you're watching this in the future, like, do not, do not make a video essay this length ever again, please. Because then you're not gonna make any, like, you're gonna just have one video essay per year. And that's not good. Thanks, man. But the body is definitely T. I really like this lighting of that's kind of why I'm keeping it here as like a little eye catcher. Because just the lighting there is so good. It's not really going to be used for anything, but you know, I have the picture. I mean, when you're going to see the flat stomach in the part about here, is it in Googly Eyes? Nope, it's earlier. The Stranger? Where's the Stranger? Oh yeah, that's the part that's in. Because in the Stranger, we're doing this outfit. Which I'm gonna get to later. I think for now, I've been editing for almost 4 hours. I need a break from this particular type of editing, I think. So, what do we do now? I think we move to... I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna think real quick about, like, do I want to switch to a game? Or do I want to switch to a different type of editing, like 3D modeling? Think about that for a second. Because I've been doing this for 3.5 hours. My head is starting to explode. Ooh, yes, yes. Absolutely. I'll check it out in a second when I'm back from pee. Something to drink. And I think my head needs a break from the edit. My hands too. My hands are cramping slightly. Reminds me to put on my protectors. These little fuckers. I actually, fun fact, I've been using these a lot like the past couple of weeks, and it's been helping me a lot. Like not having these like cramps in my fingers that you get after several years of malnutrition. Let me check. Ooh. I like that a lot. So I'm thinking I'm gonna switch to Minecraft, I think. Because I could do Overwatch, but I've found that playing Overwatch on stream is not really that interesting. Because it's kind of just the same over and over again. So I'm gonna change the title to Break from Video. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna just building of village of. Oh yeah. I mean, do you mean Hyrule or Hytale or both? Building a village of my dreams. Grandma's house. 1.28. Can you believe there's like is it 1.21.8? Yeah, it's 1.21.8. Yeah. Because I'm like, you've been getting into Hyrule like now? Okay, so we're gonna save this. I mean, just you can't really see it because of the chat, but look at just the fucking. If I just let me just. Oh, what is this? What is going on? Oh, stop, girl. What's going on here? What just happened? What just happened? Uh-oh. Something fucked up. I don't like this. Ah, get me out of here. Project Bin. Okay. Anyways, Project Bin. Look at this. Monstrosity. If I just do this. This is a lot. And then if I just open... I have everything in like folders, of course. Because I need to keep track of all of these files. All of these files. All of this. All of this. And there's going to be more because there's going to be a lot of text. I have the crazy idea of like the subtitles that I used to have on some of it, on like the beginning. I kind of want to make that on the entire thing. I don't know if I have. It's going to be one of those things where I'm like, if I commit to that, it's going to take at least a week probably to do it. But I have found a way to do it quicker. I've been able to find a like placeholder, a template thing, so that I can just do it a lot faster. But it comes with some caveats and stuff. Anywho, I'm going to save this. And we're going to switch to Minecraft. So let's launch that real quick. And then usually I would do like an open call, but recently, today here, I was trying to like join my Discord call so that I could use the PNG tuber from I forgot what it's called, the plugin, the Fugi, but when I was both in Discord and I had Spotify running, like I was getting the with the audio. Not good. Let's see here. Video settings. Chat settings. Chat text size. Let's switch to some other music. Still some calming music, I feel like. Alright, I have a playlist for this. I'm also getting a little tired of listening to the same 18-minute track like for the past 3.5 hours. But it's for video editing because it's going to be music that's underneath, so it kind of gives me an idea of what aesthetic. Like I'm very audio influenced aesthetically. Probably autism, but you know, that was very productive. And now we are switching to this game. Okay. So last time I was here, I fixed up my slime farm. Did I remember to put back the spawners? Yes, I did. Oh, but I need to put back the I need to put back these blocks up here so that they don't spawn in a weird spot. Because that is a problem I have had in the past. That they like... Oh yeah, that they would spawn on top of here. But yeah, Hytale. I remember, like, I think back in like 2021 or something, some of my friends got me to play on the, like, back when it was just a Minecraft server with a bunch of mods. Or it's just like modding and data pack and texture pack. It's surprising how much and you can still like tell, especially the way that they use like Blockbench, that Hytale is definitely like, it's built by people who've played a lot of Minecraft, especially modded Minecraft. You can between these motherfucking thighs. Oh, it's so good. Okay, so I think I've done enough redstone. I could do some fucking sorting of my storage, but let's not do that. That's not fun. I want to build, so let's put all this stuff in here. Uppers, droppers, observers, all this shit. Slime balls. Right. That is a problem for later. I have fixed my slime farm storage and item sorter, but I haven't put in the old shulker boxes that are full of slime balls that I want to be full of slime ball blocks. That is a problem for later. Here, the shulker box goes in here, which don't worry about this mystery barrel here. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go to an underground storage or anything. Let's see, slime balls, they go here. Glass goes. Glass go? Where does the glass go? I don't know. Ask the Scottish. It's really funny because I've made some new buddies, friends, I guess, recently, and one of them is a Scot, and I made so many dumb jokes with her about like Scot, like trying to do it in not like a racist way, but just like in a like more like a dad joke way about Scotland. And one of the questions I did ask was like, "Hey, new uni, where does the glass go?" Oh, S tokens. They go in my backpack. Okay, so the question is, what do we work on now? I guess we'll work on the houses that I was working on last. But I wonder, I kind of want to work on the flora here, but I can't until I've like finished the house here. So I was working on this last stream, and then off stream I finished the back. I don't know if I'm gonna do that yet. We are gonna need a floor in here. Well, first of all, we're gonna need the pathway to extend. So that would be, wait. Yeah, what's going on here? Let's like do this, and yeah, let's just like do this maybe. Have this be like a open space. Nope. It's a hold. Not that I have any experience with falling into holes. Falling for holes. If you know, you know. Okay. Did I take this? I need to take this. I noticed my voice is getting raspy, which means I need to take my fucking breathing medication. Okay, so let's go here. Dirt. Now I'm gonna need to make the pathway here, I think. And then, of course, as soon as any of my friends go live, we're of course gonna rate those. Because I've been streaming for like 4 hours soon. And that is like usually my limit. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. I'm kind of surprised that none of the Dreamer friends have gone live yet. Yet, of course. Okay, let's see here. Move this redstone torch over here. Doom. Okay, and then we need... What block is this? Stripped dark oak wood. Okay. That'll be... this. Don't I have some already stripped? Nope, that's stripped spruce. Okay. Here. And I do have a stone cutter, right? Yes. I'm gonna do some modded magic. And use a stone cutter for wood. Like that, and then is this? That's podzol. Podzol. Do I have podzol? I don't have podzol. I need a shulk box of podzol. Hold on. Don't I have that over here? Probably. Nope, that's coarse dirt. Then I need an empty shulker box. Then I think. Do I have podzol? No podzol? Podzol? No podzol? Is there podzol? No podzol? No podzol? No podzol? No podzol? No. Nope. Okay. Podzol. Oh, podzol. There we go. This is the podzol. Podzol. Okay. We have podzol. That's good. I need it for pathways. Lord of cast. Dev. Oh, and then I also do the thingy in the... So I need the... That'd be orange. Yeah, orange stained glass. Which I would probably have some of over here. That is a trick I've learned many years ago. Not many years ago, like 5 or so. To have glowstone. Or like a frog. I think I'm gonna change it to frog lights. Let's see, orange thing. Oh, maybe I can restain some of this. Yeah, with some orange dye. Maybe just keep the pink actually. Do I have... Now the question is, do I have some orange? I do. Fierce. Orange glass, like this. Dye in there. I got some frog lights. I think I have frog lights. The yellow ones. Here, somewhere. No, that's the green one. And I know that the glowstone looks like that in Mizuno's, but I know that it looks weird in... Doesn't look as good. vanilla, so I think I want the frog lights instead. I have loads of those. I need the ochre frog light. Okay. The stack should be enough. Oh, and eventually will I change this pathway? Probably not. Maybe. Because I kind of like that it's brighter, but I'm definitely going to be like converting everything to spruce wood eventually. So we're going to extend the pathway here. Up on a three-headed outside my baby. On his feet. Wait to be finished with the video, but it's gonna take a while, you know? That's the frustrating thing about video essays, I think, is the waiting. The like, yeah, I can't, especially because this one is it's a lot bigger one, a more ambitious one. So there is no like, oh, I'll just finish it. Like, nope. It's the long game with that one. And I'll have to really keep myself contained, so that I don't make any rash decisions based on like being impatient, because that's what ends up being a detriment to the creative, like the creative output or outcome of it. Let's see, do I open the call? Maybe I do, maybe I don't, who knows? You said that we're gonna go to okay. Let's see here. See, now we're talking, because then the pathway becomes up. Because the whole idea is that the house is sort of growing out of the ground, and that can really. Okay, I like this. Of a line. I'm sorry, but I cannot let you sign. You've never turned too skinny, and you've never passed a single day upon my ship. Open sea is no place for a lady. There's reasons that they say we shouldn't ride. Maddie, you're a lady too. I long ago denounced that wretched word. Does you buzz you right? 'Cause I've been starting to start fist fights. Let me at your side. Oh, this is a thing that's mixed in here and there. Like mango roots. I completely forgot about that block. Right. It's like there is one block missing, isn't there? Like, this is too simple. It's that dash of color. Oh, and is it... Do I spot some coarse dirt or no? No, that's not there. Oh, that's more up here. This coarse dirt. Oh, and then... Mmm. Okay, I'm gonna bring the coarse dirt over here. Long ago denounced that wretched word. Because I think my idea was that outside of the pathway it's coarse dirt and potsoil. And then I need some mangrove roots, you know? The question is, where do I keep the mangrove roots? They must be somewhere here. Maybe I just had a stack of them. You know what I want to make? Maybe. What about mini biomes? I think I'll have to go to my storage, actually, to find mangrove roots. Fine. I'm sorry, but I has to pay. And if they can reflect their filthy comments, one day shall rise up to you. Mangrove roots in here, maybe? Oh yeah, baby. Full of mangrove roots. I expect to see you there. Okay. I am gonna go AFK in my slime farm. While I go get some food. And then you're gonna get the be right back screen. You're gonna get this be right back thing.
Do you desire men because you genuinely love men, or is it just because you hate women? Hi, my name is Atlas Cassidy, and this is one of...
Hold on. Let's get the good gays and bad gays, maybe. Maybe we just get the screen record, honestly. Because you need the audio from Firefox. Then you're gonna need audio. Hold on, you're gonna get let me get it over. Okay.
my previous exam papers titled Good Gays and Bad Gays in Classical Athens. Trigger warning for mentioning of child abuse. I promise it won't be too graphic, and you can check the titles down in the thingy down there. So, acknowledgements and limitations. Before we can answer this question that I pose, we must establish a framework to understand this matter. First, if one of the two males in a same-sex relation mentioned in this are known to be underaged, for example described as a youth or a boy, though it must be noted that sometimes the Greeks themselves used these terms inconsistently, it is important to acknowledge this is PDF file stuff first and same-sex relation second. If the pederasty had involved young girls and not boys, books on the topics would not have been called heterosexuality or opposite sex relations in classical Athens. At last, it should be noted how common age gaps also were in male-female couplings in classical Athens. It is textbook homophobic for McDowell and other academics to read about Athenian men abusing young boys and immediately conflate it with homosexuality and same-sex attractions, or relations for that matter, as the main descriptor, thus failing to consider the historical evidence for age gaps in all relationships in Athens. Second, as we will see in the material that I will be presenting in this video, the history of same-sex relations in classical Athens is also the history of sex work. To avoid confusion, If a source uses a word like catamite or prostitute, I will only use the word sex work to stay consistent. These are just the limitations we have to work with when the course is specifically about court speeches in classical Athens as an analytical lens. The focus in this video will be on the exploitation of young boys by Athenian men and on the legal disenfranchisement of male sex workers. So, about those sex workers. In McDowell's Athenian Laws about Homosexuality from 2000, the primary source is Aeschines' oration against Timarchus. The main issue raised by Aeschines is not necessarily that Timarchus has had same-sex relations, but rather that he allegedly used to be a male sex worker. It's not his status as a possible male-loving male that is scrutinized, but rather that if it's true that he has employed himself in sex work, he's breaking the legal limitations surrounding male sex workers who were Athenian citizens. Sex work was legal. However, if a male Athenian citizen arose to the vocation, a number of legal ramifications arose with it. The male sex-working Athenian was marked. He was athemos. He was deemed morally unfit to perform and participate in certain public actions. It's not only a moral issue, but very much so a legal one. He wasn't allowed to speak in the ecclesia, taking public office, being a member of the dikastai, speaking on behalf of himself or a friend in court, and could enter neither public temples nor the agora. In his oration, Aeschines attempted to argue that Timarchus had been paid to do sex work, unlike Aeschines, who was the epitome of the morally good gay. He brings up that, quote, I have myself been engaged in erotic passion and am still today, but it is shameful to be persuaded by the higher fee and prostitute oneself. He makes a distinction between loving those who are beautiful, which is equated with moral superiority, a generous and sympathetic way to perform a same-sex relation, and sex work, which to Aeschines is to be equated with the act of a hybristes, and an uneducated man. If the judges rule that Timarchus has indeed performed sex work, it would be disastrous for Timarchus's career. Aeschines mentions the legal limitations regarding male sex work, quote, if anyone acts contrary to these provisions, he has provided indictments for being a sex worker and imposed the heaviest penalties for the offense. The legal ramifications of male sex work implied a two-category system of same-sex relations. The ones that are morally degrading for an Athenian citizen, and the types of same-sex relations that are acceptable. One of such legally acceptable same-sex relations we may find in the context of the case between Lysias' client and Simon, wherein two adult men fight for the very likely coerced favor of a young boy that they both are in love with. It should be noted that due to the Greek language used here, pais, we're not certain whether Theodotus is a young Athenian or an enslaved, possibly adult man. Regardless of the answer to that question, Theodotus is undoubtedly an infantilized individual, which is where the elements of child abuse and slavery intertwine with the history of same-sex relations in Athens. So, trigger warning: objectification and child abuse. In itself, the case of Lysias' client Simon takes no issue with the age gap between Lysias' client Simon and Theodotus, the Platonian pais caught between the two men in question. As we can see in the case against Diogaiton, women in Athens were legally in the same level of rights as a minor and to some degree an object. If Diogaiton's daughter had been able to actually control and own the inheritance from her father, the alleged fraudster's escapades could have been completely unnecessary. Instead, he can give her to his brother as she is in his possession. This is one of many examples of Athenian women being portrayed as objects. One aspect of this is the wording of giving a woman away in marriage, which is used in a number of forensic speeches. Another aspect is in Demosthenes 5:9-112, where female sex work is framed as a trade of whores, in contrast to how, as we've shown earlier, a male sex worker was described as selling himself. Though it should be noted that the description of Timarchus has commonalities with the case of Neaera, using language to undermine a woman's agency is a central strategy to the process of objectification. According to Demosthenes 5:922, women's functions boil down to the 3 roles. Quote, "For we have courtesans, hetairae, for pleasure, concubines for the daily service of our bodies, but wives for the production of legitimate offspring and to have reliable guardian of household property." To Apollodorus, women represent sexual pleasure, intimacy, and childbearing. Any actions related to these 3 become culturally connected to femininity, a limited sexual framework that Athenian men would have to understand their attractions to men within. Athenian same-sex relations were experienced through a heteronormative framework, which impacted the nature of the same-sex relations presented in the court speeches. Lysias, Klein, and Simon understand their attraction to Theodotus through the same framework with slightly different perspectives. Where they agree is that a man like them can claim possession over Theodotus, in the same way that men, with permission from the woman's Curios, the patriarch, could claim possession over a young woman. Both Lysias, Klein, and Simon have to see Theodotus as an object without agency for their own attraction to cognitively make sense. What they disagree on, however, is on the topic of how to treat this possession. At least according to Lysias' client, quote, "I tried to win his affection by treating him well," while Simon thought that with violent and lawless behavior, he would force the boy to do whatever he wanted. In the portrayal of Simon, which we can assume is biased to be as negative as possible, it is clear that he sees Theodotus as a physical belonging, a toy for his own desires that he has the right to claim and do with as he pleases. He even claims to have offered the boy payment of 300 drachmas, which pairs well with Simon's view of Theodotus as an object in the very physical sense. This is one outcome of the treatment of women within Athenian society as objects to claim, which is that when a man like Simon finds himself attracted to men, if he's not aware of the framework he's been taught, he can easily fall into the trap of thinking that anyone he's attracted to must be inferior to him. Lysias' client claims to be better than this, but it's still clear that he's also understanding his attraction to Theodotus through the heteronormative lens, albeit a different aspect of it. He still sees Theodotus as an object to be desired, but not an object to necessarily claim, rather an object to deserve and protect from violence. He may not allegedly be violent towards the boy, but there's still an emphasis on understanding the relationship through the lens of an active lover, older partner, with more power than the passive object of desire. This brings us back to the question of the disenfranchisement of male sex workers. With this sexual dynamic in mind, it's much clearer why a man who was an Athenian citizen was stripped of his rights if he were to sell his body. In the process of receiving payment for sexual favors, it's assumed that he loses his position as an objectifying power and enters the realm of the objectified. The disenfranchisement is a vital tool for the same-sex relationships between the men of Athens to be compatible with their misogynist cognition, lest too much cognitive dissonance might destabilize the patriarchal system of the oikos. The laws were, simply put, used to uphold the status quo, the roles that were defined within the oikos. Homosexuality was allowed to exist, quote-unquote, in Athens, as long as it stayed within the framework of the patriarchal oikos. Furthermore, the idea of selling one's body could also be considered the feature of an enslaved, which is another moral pollution that the laws against same-sex relations kept at bay. Limitation number 2, women. So what about women? The cases that I've brought forth so far have only regarded relations between males. Why are there no such cases involving women who engaged with other women? The first caveat that comes to mind is that if we consider the hypothetical case that an Athenian woman were to pay another Athenian woman for sex work, the list of rights that were stripped from the male sex worker were rights that Athenian women didn't have in the first place. Women were not seen as capable of having agency and thus could not vote in court or be part of a panel of judges. There's simply nothing at stake, as it was implied that only men could sexually corrupt another man's woman. The concept of queer women's sexuality is far beyond the scope of the framework that Athenian sexuality was understood within. at least when it pertains to the legal field, court speeches and legal discourse. Thus, the second aspect that comes to mind is the hypothetical case of a woman essaying a young person, as would be a case that could have appeared had the law of men abusing boys been inclusive of that. Such a case cannot exist in a sexual framework that pictures the women as always being the passive.
All right, you guys.
Sexual framework that pictures the women as always being the passive receiver. To conceptualize a hypothetical essay like this would require a court to acknowledge the woman as a possible active participant with agency. Furthermore, one can imagine that if a woman had a sexual relation to a married woman, the law would not even consider that an option. Perhaps as such relation, if both partners were cisgender women, could not result in children. The Athenian laws on infidelity only targets heteronormative couplings. So, in conclusion, this further supports the theory that same-sex relations in Athens were understood through the lens of the patriarchal oikos, and therefore the laws must reflect it. To avoid the existence of same-sex relations endangering the patriarchal structure of the oikos, same-sex relations had to be moderated through the disenfranchisement of male sex workers and the normalization of the pederasty. Having a same-sex relation was legal as long as you did it in an oikos-honoring heterosexual way.
Hear me? I don't think you can hear me. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So I can already tell that I don't have the energy to do more than a 4-hour stream today, but it's been really fun to have like sort of a budget doubling stream. I am generally going to focus on video essay production more than streaming these days, because I only have a limited amount of energy and I have to do like my bachelor's and stuff. And I also volunteer in real life. I think generally there's more people interested in my video essays than there are my streams, just numerically. So I feel like I get more out of video essays than I do of streaming. That's kind of where my priority is going to lay. So with that, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one.